You are going to come under some pressure. You're going to hear all kinds of propaganda. You're going to hear all kinds of lies and deception. There will be tactics used to try and buy you out. There will be tactics used to try and frighten you away. And I only have to say one thing to you tonight, comrades. We are blood and fire comrades. And we're marching on to progress. And we will stand firm. We will not be bought because we are not for sale.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I don't want you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday and happy Emancipation Day to everyone. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in as usual. Really appreciate each and every one. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic is Andrew Holness request dashed out of court. / Ponzi scheme Bangarang, with your host Mrs. Sensation, which is Baron and Marie, and we have Melting Pot, Pink Skew, and Pastor Ricky. Let me just remind you guys to go over to pnp.org.jm/store to purchase your t-shirts. Blood and Fire Comrade t-shirts are on sale, and it's 1,500 Jamaican dollars each, male and female. So pnp.org.jm/store. All right, let me just quickly welcome those in the chat, and then we'll ask Pastor Ricky to start us off with a word of prayer. Let me just so we have Truck Life, Dorothy McCoy, One Indian, Don Mel, Beverly, Marva Dice, Audrey, Falmouth Girl, Noreen McLean, Patel Cruikshank, Cecile Phillips, Janet Burnaby, Gigi Jones, Leighton Brown, Yukal Allen, Yvonne Green, Lavina Miles, Candy Max, our channel member. Big shout out to all our channel members and to the new channel member that joined during the week. Welcome. Colleen James, Sam Allen, Yvonne Joy, Muriel King, Jacqueline Biggs, Charmin. Welcome. Guys, if you notice, there is a link pinned in the chat, and it is the link to the website for Alan Bernard, who's the candidate for Northwest St. James. So you can click on that link to go to that website to show him some support. Without any further delay, Pastor Ricky, if you'd lead us off in a word of prayer, please.
Yeah. Even Lady Anne-Marie, Sir Byron, Lady Pinks, Sir Melting Pot, Lady Pot. Good evening, everyone in the chat. God bless you all. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this great, beautiful, wonderful day that you have made that we've never seen before. And as Jamaica celebrate Emancipation Day from slavery back in the 1834 proclamation, we thank you that who you have made free is free. And so tonight, as we come, we are gathered in your name, in your presence, to declare pertinent information, to continue to open the eyes of the people so that their resolve, their determination, their will make them make the right choice on the day of the general election. And we thank you for your daughter, Lady Anne Marie, as she navigates through the different clips and documents and videos, as Mystic Sensation always show the facts, the proof, the evidence. We're not just speaking off the cuff. It's right there before the eyes of everyone. So guide your daughter, Lady Anne Marie, thoughts and thinking, her fingers, as she works behind the scene on the mouse. We pray that there will be no glitches, no internet disruptions, no interference, no distractions in the chat. Bless her husband, Sir Byron, as he continued to do deep dive research, information to present weekly to the people so that the people in Jamaica and in the diaspora can be informed of what is really and truly going on above the misinformation and the disinformation and the lies and the propaganda that the other side is spreading. And we thank you for their marriage, their children and grandchildren. Bless Lady Pinks, her children, and our business. We thank you that you're even right now raising up customers that will sow into her business and yield a financial return, that she will always have food on her table, roof over her head, clothes on her back for her and her children. Bless Lady Pot, Melting Pot, your son, as you continue to give them grace and strength and open new doors of opportunity. We thank you for what you're doing in their lives, in their children's life, and the grandchildren's life. Bless the people in the chat, our mystic family who are so dedicated and faithful and loyal. And we appreciate the sacrifice that they make weekly and the hours they spend to keep the chat lively and active. Bless them and their children and family and spouses. And bless Jamaica land we love, as Jamaica is at a crossroad and the Prime Minister needs to do the honorable thing and resign immediately, because he's not going to win the election. His party will not win the election. And the longer he takes to, the more damage control they will try to do. But thank God for social media platforms that are in the diaspora and in Jamaica that is presenting the truth. So have your way tonight, we pray. Be thou glorified, for there is none like unto you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right. All right. Jamaica. Right. We love you so much, and that is why we are in this space, right, to definitely defend our beautiful country. We are not going to allow corruptors to manipulate our Jamaican brothers and sisters and trick them, right, while they are enriching themselves. We are here to speak the truth. We are here to present the evidence. And we are here to defend our institutions of checks and balance, right? We are here to defend the people, right, who stand on integrity, stand on moral, and exercise their ethical principles. We are not going to make corruptors, right, define them, right, as otherwise, because they want to conceal their wrongdoing. And so tonight we are here again to bring the information to Jamaican people so that when we go to the poll, we have no hesitation. We know who we are going to vote for. We are going to vote for us. We are going to vote for our generation, and we'll be voting for a better Jamaica. And we are going to vote for checks and balance, transparency, honesty, and integrity. That's what matters, right? And that's what helps to drive an economy, right? In terms of, staying away from corruption. Corruption has robbed us, right, from future education. Corruption has robbed us from many, many programs, social programs that could aid the Jamaican people. And we are here to make sure we fight in the space to bring back our country, right, to a civilized society where we don't have a banana republic, where we have leaders who gone rogue and leaders who believe, that they are entitled to rob us. It is just plain and simple as that. Leaders who believe that they're entitled to rob us and taxpayers' money belongs to them. So we are going to show them otherwise, that we are their employers. They are our servant working for us. And so we decide who we are going to employ as it relates to the next general election. And we will not be continuing with this kleptocratic government. Before we get into the detail of what we have today, let us go to, of course, our panel, right, as it relates to meet and greet. Lady Spink, start us out with the meet and greet.
Good evening, Lady Anne. Good evening, Sir Byron. Good evening, Melting Pot. Good evening, Pastor Ricky. And good evening to everyone in the chat. And of course, good evening to everyone in St. James, our comrade leader, chairman, chairwoman, Gen 6, candidates, blood and fire, comrades on the ground. In St. James, my sisters and brothers in St. James, I would like to give you some news today. In our parish council, St. James Parish Council, right now, after Nigel Clark did an initiative to reassess the payment packages, government workers in these entities, you find that now you have people earning up to $2.8 million per year and they only have 5 CXCs. And that 2.8 is what a person with a normal first degree is supposed to earn once employed in the government agency. So this is one thing. Another thing that common leader will need to sort out once they become leader of this country. The other thing I would like to point out is this. We're going now again, people who live on the hills of Montego Bay, between Salem, Rosemount, Farm Heights, Norwood, go all the way back into Flanker. We're going another 2 weeks straight, no water. No, Northwest people, for the past, since they sent one truck per day in the Northwest St. James area to special people to get water. One truck. The cost per truck is really, the service a truck in a water truck is basically 25,000 Jamaican dollars. Now, we know that from 2016 to 2018, Horace Chang was Minister of Water. And during this time, he has never dug a pipe, hired an engineer to consult and sort out the issue. Many people in the area that has water or pipes to their house is because they themselves lay the pipe from wherever and carry it to their houses. So, Horace Chang, I would like to know what you have done in the last 10 years with the constituency fund, because every year you got $20 million. So 10 years times $20 million, that's $200 million. And in the past 10 years, you have not done anything for Northwest St. James. Horace Chang, you would like an account for the $200 million that you have for Northwest St. James. And why is it On Tuesday, I went near your house for a meeting with a potential client, and that client has water. I saw a pipe burst, running water in Coral Gardens near your house. So why should people vote for you? You have water at your house coming into your pipe, and the people who vote you into power does not have any water in their pipe. Is that fair, Morrison? You were made Deputy Prime Minister, and still you show no empathy towards the people who put you in power or put you in a position. You are employed to us. And as I said before, you have an account right now of $200 million outstanding for constituency funds that is owed to the North West St. James, and we would like to know what happened to that money. I yield the floor to someone else.
All right. Guys, just a reminder that when we are in the process of meet and greet, right? Make us just brief in terms of meet and greet, because meet and greet is simply meet and greet. Melting Pot, go ahead with the meet and greet.
Thank you, Lord Byron. Yeah, first I must say good evening, everyone tuning in tonight on the Mystic Sensation Live, especially to those who are in the chat and interacting, sharing their views and comments as we go along. And to those out there who are just at home relaxing and tuning into the Mystic Sensation, it's a pleasure to have you here with us tonight. I must also acknowledge our panelists on the platform tonight, Pastor Ricky, Lady Pinkskew from the West, Lord Byron, our host, and our technical director, Lady Anne Marie. It's a pleasure to be here once again, participating with you guys, sharing in all the information and dissecting as we go along, and just try to be credible and edifying to our listeners. So to you all, good night. Hope you had a wonderful Emancipation Day, everyone in Jamaica. And in the diaspora, people who, reconcile and recognize this particular day as it is a day that we proclaim freedom. So once again, big thank you to all. I yield back the
Right.
floor.
Blessings, Melting Pot, for that. Pastor Ricky, the button is over to you. Meet and greet.
Yeah, good afternoon again. Good night, good morning, wherever you're listening from. Thank you, Sir Byron. Happy Emancipation Day, happy new month, happy Friday. This week coming up, God's willing, Jamaica will be celebrating another year of so-called independence from colonialism. And we are grateful for, as we celebrate independence, we must remember that, the struggle continue under this government, and their days are numbered. They're in the last days in their political life, and this JLP party should be dissolved, dismantled, and never, ever, ever see Jamaica House or Gordon House ever again. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right. Thank you for that, Pastor Ricky. Yes, of course. We are going to hear what our comrade leader have to say as it relates to Emancipation Day, that the comrade leader had spoken to the nation. So let us hear what the comrade leader has to say, right?
My fellow Jamaicans, today we join together in solemn reflection and in powerful celebration as we observe Emancipation Day 2025, a sacred day in our nation's history, when we honor the courage, resistance, and unyielding spirit of those who came before us and fought for the freedoms that we now enjoy. Our freedom was not handed down by decree. Emancipation was the culmination of generations of struggle and sacrifice by our leaders and those who supported their great work. From Nani to Taki to Sam Sharp, they each realized, in the words of Nelson Mandela, that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. The road to freedom was long and hard, but they never gave up. And then on August the 1st, 1834, the shackles of slavery were historically broken. And as we honor and celebrate our ancestors who never gave up the struggle for freedom, we recognize this day as representing the triumph of good over evil. Having claimed our freedom, it is a solemn duty of successive generations of Jamaicans to protect it and carry it forward through the ages. From the post-emancipation fires of the Morant Bay Rebellion, to the rise of the Garvey movement, to the great labor upheavals of 1938, through to our political independence in 1962, the Jamaican spirit has always demanded more than just survival. It has demanded dignity, equality, justice, and opportunity for all. Today, we stand on the shoulders of our heroes, named and unnamed, who endured unspeakable suffering, whose dreams of liberty helped to shape the very foundation of our democracy and our identity as a people. Emancipation is not only a historic event, it is a living mandate that calls each of us to examine whether we have truly broken the chains of mental slavery, systemic injustice, and economic exclusion. It challenges us to confront inequality, promote inclusion, and support economic and social justice for all Jamaicans. We must continue to work towards an economy that empowers our people, education that opens doors for all, and a society rooted in fairness and respect. Are we truly emancipated when the system deprives so many of our youths the chance to achieve their potential? Can we say that we are free when the gap between the powerful and the powerless continues to widen? To answer these questions with positive change, we must place social justice, equity, and empowerment at the center of our mission. Our commitment to freedom requires us to invest in opportunity. Opportunity for all to access quality education. Opportunity for all to benefit from affordable health care. Opportunity to own a piece of the land that we call home. Opportunity to move up from poverty and build intergenerational wealth. Opportunity to live with safety, dignity, and pride, no matter what your background or where you are born. As we celebrate this Emancipation Day, we are proud of the resilience of our people, the impact of our music and culture that echoes across the world, and our many achievements despite adversity. Let us be bold and demand that Jamaica fulfills the promise of emancipation for all, not just a few. Let us draw strength from our heritage and find the will to dismantle those structures that still hold too many of our people back. Let us step forward and craft a new chapter, one where freedom means full inclusion and independence means real power in the hands of the people. To every Jamaican, wherever you may be today, I say this: our journey continues as our work is not done. Together, with purpose and in unity, we can build a nation that befits the great sacrifice of our ancestors that we celebrate on Emancipation Day. Happy Emancipation Day, Jamaica. One love, and may God bless you all.
Well, you know, this is so wonderful in terms of what Mark Golding did. The sheer brilliance of Mark Golding articulating that from his heart and not something that someone written on paper, right, and give him to read, which is not genuine. So what Mark Golding has transcended to us, right, is coming definitely from his heart. And that is one of the reasons why we know for sure that Father God put Mark Golding here in this time, right, to lead us out of bondage, to, of course, take us away from Pharaoh. Now, just imagine, my Jamaican people, last night on the Titans, we had gone through, right, the information as it relates to the affidavit. We are going to go back and do some deep dive into that. And this time we are going to turn off from the main road and get into some lanes. And what do I mean? We are going to connect the dots, right, in some areas. Now, and we are going to show Jamaica. And let me say this, right? So I am not speaking to JLP or speaking to PNP. I'm speaking to Jamaica. So let me say this. I'm speaking to Jamaica. I am saying it is not time to play politics. It is really not time to play politics. And one of the fundamental reasons is when you look on how the country is suffering as it relates to high inflation, high poverty, and you have a system that tries to lie to us. You have a system that not only lies to us, utilizing corruption, right, to rob from the poor. We have to get out that system. And that system is a corrupted system. We have someone at the helm of our power, right, who has now affected the criminal justice system by corrupting, right, the DPP and corrupting many of the police officers, the investigative arm. You have seen the blatant, law breaking. And you wonder, where is Mocha? Where is Mocha in all of this? Right? You have seen so many wrongs. And you wonder, why did the corruption prosecutor, right, fail to see what others are seeing? And you wonder why you have the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, even when you show them the evidence, they choose to say otherwise. Even when you hold a glass bottle in front of them and say, this is a glass bottle, they say, no, that's a tree bar. We have to move away from that. We have to call a spade a simple spade. We have to look on the evidence. And the Prime Minister is in a conundrum that he himself, over the past 9 years, 10 years, cannot explain his wealth. He can't. He has given multiple opportunities. And up until today's date, Andrew Holness is unable, right, to explain where his wealth came from. And then what we want to do, we want to critique the Integrity Commission investigators. What are we saying to them? That they are wrong to investigate? They shouldn't call out the Prime Minister and the blatant evil, because it is no more wrongdoing, it is evil. And we are going to explain why it is evil. It is extremely evil, 100% dark evil. Now, let us begin in terms of the Prime Minister, right? Seeking to eliminate the Corruption Act that will hold parliamentarians, right, accountable. So then ask yourself the question. If you have a Prime Minister who want to remove the Corruption Act that hold parliamentarians accountable, Jamaican people, you don't see that something wrong with that? Honestly, let us look in the mirror. Something is wrong with that Andrew Holness put himself into a situation where the judge actually has to tell him, no, sir, you are wrong. You are wrong. And we are not going to allow you to corrupt the entire criminal justice system. Now, let us get into the first clip here, honey. Holness fight to strike scandalous information. Now, Andrew Holness, let me say this to you. While you're fighting to not release scandalous information, then why did you put yourself in that predicament? No one tell you, Andrew Holness, you are a so-called intelligent person, right? And you being a part of an intellect society or an intellect group, right, would have known very well that your involvement in corruption is ultimately wrong. Now, after you committed your sins, you want your sins to be covered up. And this is what this is saying here. Holness fights to strike scandalous information from IC officials affidavit. You are the scandal. Prime Minister Andrew Holness is expected to learn on Thursday whether the Supreme Court will grant his request to strike out scandalous section of an official affidavit in his lawsuit against the Integrity Commission, on which we all know how that rules. Justice Althea Jarrett will rule on application filed by Holness and 3 affiliated entities, Imperium Holdings Limited, Positive Media Solutions, and Positive Jamaica Foundation, seeking to strike out part of a 108-page affidavit submitted in March by Greg Beresford, the IC Director of Information and Complaint. I mean, Beresford is not telling any lie on you, sir. All right? He's not. He's not. So take down that and let us show, right, the outcome, which we all know the outcome, but just for the record, that we want to make sure that, okay, right, this is on Mystic Sensation in terms of the record. Let us play the result, which we all know the result. All right? Let us hear that, right? And this is what I'm saying in terms of the criminal justice system, right? Put up that. Thank you, Oni.
The Supreme Court today rejected an application by the Prime Minister to strike out what he described as scandalous portions of an affidavit filed by a Senior Integrity Commission official in his lawsuit against the anti-corruption body. Justice Althea Jarrett also denied Mr. Holness access to certain documents he claimed were critical to his case, including redacted materials. However, the judge granted Holness and his co-claimants permission to appeal the ruling. The co-claimants are Imperium Holdings Limited, Positive Media Solutions, and Positive Jamaica Foundation. The Prime Minister and the 3 associated entities sought to remove at least 12 paragraphs from the affidavit sworn by Craig Beresford, the Commission's Director of Information and Complaints. Holness argued that some of the paragraphs and exhibits were an abuse of process, scandalous, frivolous, and vexatious. However, the Commission maintained that the statements were directly responsive to claims made by Holness. The case forms part of a broader judicial review and constitutional challenge over the Commission's handling of an investigation into Holness's finances and alleged illicit enrichment. Holness has denied any wrongdoing.
Now, in terms of the audacity of Andrew Holness, even when the evidence is so plain, right, he's still denying any wrongdoing. Well, I would like to see how Andrew Holness, right, hold up in court with that when the evidence will be reeling out in court against him and his explanation, because he has none. He has none for the IC. He has none for NCB, who laundering the money for him, right? And certainly he will not have no explanation to the judge. So you know, a straight prison that. That's all I am saying to him. Let us show the reflection and let us give Andrew Holness a warning of what to come, right? So we can prepare him, because you know we have to prepare him from now, you know. And then we are going to get into the art of the 12-paragraph report. 12-paragraph report that, right? Yes, he was trying to redact. Can you imagine? Want to hide his wrongdoings, right? Want to hide his wrongdoings. And this is how, you know, all right, very serious it is. So we are going to get into, right, the affidavit right then and there, people. We have no time to waste because last night on the Titans, I tell you, we deliver the bomb. But tonight, right, of course, Melting Pot, Pinks, Pastor Ricky, and Mystic Sensation himself will doing the cleaning up, right? So this is the cleaning up tonight because I-13 messy as it relates to what Titan had done last night. Titan had left a lot of mess in I-13 that we have to clean up. So without any delay, let us visit, right, 12 page. I'm just getting right because we're not going to read back that over because we have done that on Titans, right? And for people who have been following us, right, would have known that we have gone through all of that already, but we want to get into the meat of the matter right then and there. We get into page 12, right? Now, here it is in the matter of an application by Andrew Holness for administrative orders between Andrew Holness, first applicant, Imperium Holden, second applicant, Positive Media Solutions Limited, third applicant, Positive Jamaica Foundation, fourth applicant, right? And of course, we have the respondent, Greg Beresford, they are the investigators, Kevin Stevenson, IC investigators, and the Integrity Commission, third respondent. These are the persons now who, right, defending the situation. So let us go to page 12 as we said. Now, here it is, my Jamaican people. January 25th, 2019, Chairman and members, Integrity Commission, right? Examination of statutory declarations. And, you know, I would want for many of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, right, to look on the evidence being presented here. We are going to break them down. We are going to make you understand in full detail. And then we're going to have the panel, right, make their argument, make the argument that each panelist will make. Now, the most honorable Andrew Holness, a review was conducted on statutory declaration submitted by Mr. Holness since he became a parliamentarian in 1998. That is significant. And I want people to remember a little bit of the history as it relates to 1998. Now, before I go any further, right, remember that we have to bear in mind that Andrew Holness, right, left university, right, owing student loan. And when he left university owing student loan, we must remember that he worked 2 years for Edward Philip George Seaga between the period 1995 and 1996, right? And then in 1997, he entered, right, the politics as Minister of Education. We want people to be mindful of that. And we also want to remind people that Andrew Holness went on Big Mama Station and said he brought in $47 million into the politics. So what Andrew Holness is saying that between the period 1995 to 1996, he had amassed $47 million. Well, let us look now what the Integrity Commission investigators are saying. The scope of the review covered statutory declarations for the period June 1998 to February 25, 2016. The objective of this exercise was to determine whether information entered on a statutory declarations was a true representation of assets and liabilities of the declarant, and that his net worth, when calculated, was commensurate with the income stated. Now, let me remind all of our listeners that when Andrew Holness was the Minister of Education between the period 1997, right, Andrew Holness' salary, bear that in mind to all the people who are listening to me, Andrew Holness' salary was only a little bit over $6 million. So just remember, people, Andrew Holness is saying that he brought $47 million into politics. Let us look how that work out. After carefully reviewing and formulating an opinion on the facts as they presented themselves from our investigation, it was observed that its asset increased substantially over the years and especially over the period 2009 and 2012. People, bear in mind, these dates are significant as it relates to 2009 and 2012. Now, remember before I go any further, I want people to understand where we are coming from. Andrew Holness was under investigation as it relates to illegal awarding of contracts between 2007 to 2009. That was the timeline that being investigated as it relates to Andrew Holness awarding, influencing, let me put it in the right wording, influencing contracts to go to Gavin, right? And where Gavin had accumulated roughly over $34 million worth of contract. So that period is important to understand between 2007 and 2009. Now let us move to 2012. 2012, my listeners, also important, right? Because 2012 is what you call the SSL factor. Usain Bolt put millions of dollars, right, in SSL in 2012. And immediately, as Bolt put in that money was missing. One of the other things that we need to bear in mind that in 2012, Andrew Holness, right, start to build his house. And Andrew Holness take 4 years to complete the house, where, as it relates to an evaluator that evaluated the house, said it evaluated over $200 million. I want people to understand the report tonight. So look now, people. Remember, between 2012 to 2016, Andrew Holness built that house that value over $200 million without any mortgage. Without any mortgage. Not only that Andrew Holness was able to do that, Andrew Holness was able to buy up several properties through ADMAT that he formulated in 2008. So then you tell me, let us ask the question that a minister of education only getting $5 million for his salary. How could that minister be able to construct a $200 million house? How could he again able to purchase over $56 million worth of properties? Right? So we are presenting this for people to understand that the Integrity Commission investigators, right, is not pursuing Andrew Holness because of a grudge or because the Integrity Commission bad mind or some reasons that the Integrity, as according to Big Mama and how Big Mama want to put it, that the Integrity Commission investigators have a vendetta. Both the Integrity Commission investigators and Mark Golding has a vendetta. As a matter of fact, Mark Golding has no responsibility or function to instruct the Integrity Commission investigators how to do their investigation. He has no such power. So you see, the argument in terms of what Big Mama is saying is totally irrelevant. Because there is no way that Mark Golding has the authority to instruct any investigation, right, as it relates to inform the Integrity Commission, right, or command the Integrity Commission to investigate Andrew Holness. So you know that argument is not true. Now, let us read on. Some other areas of concern were identified and required further investigation clarification. Now, letters were subsequently submitted to Mr. Holness seeking clarification on varying issues. Now, people, let us remember that in 2023, Andrew Holness stood in the eyes of the public in front of multiple cameras, electronic media, print media, social media, and said he had checked as far and wide, and he doesn't know of any member, right, of his administration under investigation. So we are showing the callous lies, right, as it relates to this paragraph. Here the evidence. Some other areas of concern were identified and require further investigation and clarification. Letters were subsequently submitted to Mr. Holness seeking clarification on varying issues. So Andrew Holness knew very well at the time that he was under investigation. Point blank clear, right? So we can't argue with that. We know that Andrew Holness is a despicable liar, right? Diabolically mendacious. The response received, however, were not sufficient to adequately satisfy the concerns that were raised. The concern that were raised as it relates to source of funds and the explanation that Andrew Holness was given to the Integrity Commission investigators, they were not satisfied because the maths now add up by them. And Andrew Holness was utilizing the Portland Mayor maths. The maths now add up. Because really and truly, you just cannot get 50 out of 10. We want people to follow us. In May 2018, under the new Integrity Commission, another letter was sent to Mr. Holness advising that the commission awaits a response to its letter dated from October 15 of April 2017. When they sent him a letter, he has not responded, and 1 year after, they are reminding him. He was asked to respond by June 22, 2018. You have break it down for every single Jamaicans to understand. Every single Jamaican to understand. On August 29, 2018, he submitted a letter seeking additional time within which to respond. So just imagine it, 1 year, and he could not respond in terms of explaining his wealth. But what he had done, right, was to seek additional time to respond after 1 year on the people. Go on, each Jamaican to follow us tonight. The commission acceded to his request, and he was granted additional time to October 15, 2008 in which to reply. So then, let us ask the question. Does it look like that the Integrity Commission, you understand, have a vendetta and want to get to Andrew Holness? No.
They were lenient with him.
They were, as a matter of fact, Pastor Ricky, to me, they were extremely lenient. And I want Jamaica to understand, right, the level of leniency that meted out to the Prime Minister. Now watch this now, people. In December 2018, another letter was sent again to the Prime Minister Holness, advising him that to date, we have not received a response, Prime Minister. We have given you time from 2017. You have come to us and you said you need extra time, and we have given you the extra time. And upon the extra time being given to you, you still have not responded. Although he had promised to have this prepared and delivered by October 15, 2018. What we are showing Jamaica is the level of professionalism that the Integrity Commission investigators exercise dealing with the Prime Minister and respecting the Prime Minister's office, right? And making sure they're dotting all their I's, crossing all their T's. Be extremely careful and know that the question being asked is relevant as it relates to the situation at hand, as it relates to illicit enrichment. To date, no other response has been received. We should show you his blatant disregard, disrespecting the Integrity Commission, and also disrespecting his own office and the rule of law. This is what this is showing me, the gross disrespect that Andrew Holness utilized to say that, okay, who are these men to question me and ask me about illicit enrichment? How dare you? You're out of your place. Well, we have to understand that as it relates to the Constitution, the Integrity Commission has the responsibility, as it relates to a creature of Parliament, to ensure that parliamentarians stay in line and in check as it relates to their statutory declaration, income, assets, and liability. They have the right to investigate. This matter is being referred to the Commission for further action pursuant to Section 42, subsection 4 of the Integrity Commission Act 2017. Now, before I go any further, I want to say something important here. When we look at what Mark Golding had done with the Integrity Commission Act, if Mark Golding did not draft this and put this in place, Andrew Holness would have gotten away with this. Yep. I want all Jamaicans to say tonight to Mark Golding, sir, thank you very much to draft the Integrity Commission bill that the same Andrew Holness, right, put in law. We want to say to Mark Golding, Mark Jefferson Golding, sir, thank you to prepare this bridge of checks and balance that really and truly Andrew Holness just cannot cross it as it relates to this bridge. Mr. Holness entered representational politics in 1998 and commenced filing statutory declarations in accordance with the Parliament Integrity of Members Act. Over the years, upon examination of his statutory declarations, network statements were prepared. The changes in Mr. Holness' network over the years were closely monitored, and these statements were presented to the then Integrity Commission for review. Based on the information the Commission received at the time, all the network statements reviewed up to the year 2011 were cleared by the Commission. Consequently, an inordinate increase in wealth was identified as a result. A special investigation was considered. Now, so one need to understand that this is the special investigation that bringing about this data that we are reading now tonight. Now, this commenced and was conducted by an external investigator. Want to hear people? Conducted by who? An external investigator. Now, so when Big Mama they must spread lie that the special report, right, not have nothing to talk about illicit enrichment. You know that they are blatantly lying. Unless Big Mama can read, and we should know that Big Mama, you understand? Of course, he's educated, right? And so you understand that he's just intentionally misconstrued, misleading, sorry, intentionally misleading the public, and reason to the fact that he owed $1.8 billion and the kleptocratic government is protecting him. So he's, eating out of the trough and he's defending the thing. All right. So based on what the investigations gleaned, which encompass the declaration years 2005 to 2016, because the special investigator went back thus far. I want people to understand, from the years 2005, you understand, as it relates to that drug net, to 2016, done by the external special investigator, A detailed report seeking his comments response was sent to Mr. Holness in October 2017. Now, this is problem for him. Up to February 21, 2018, the commission was not satisfied with the response they had received. Hence, the matter was brought to the attention of the new Integrity Commission, where it was referred to the Director of Investigation. With respect to the 2017 annual report of the Farmer Integrity Commission, mention was made that Mr. Holness' declaration was not clear. Want to hear that, people? Want to hear that?
Yeah.
This is due to the fact that not all the bills supporting payables of approximately 20.3 million, which are in respect of the construction of its house at Lot 202 Shenstone Drive, were presented. To date, the remaining bills to support the total amount has still not been submitted. In Mr. Holness' 2018 statutory declaration, he mentioned that he is still reconciling this amount. Now remember that the Prime Minister, when Zara Burton investigated as it relates to the house and many of the Prime Minister's business, there was no mortgage. People, listen, no mortgage found. Simply mean that Andrew Holness bought the house with what we call liquidity, cash money. Cash money. Now, on May 21, 2019, a letter was sent to Mr. Holness advising him of the outstanding matter and asking that he respond by June 25th, 2019. I want people to understand, how long the Integrity Commission, because it's gone out 2 years, asking the Prime Minister, explain your word to us. So right here at June 25, 2019, now we reach 2 years with the Prime Minister unable to explain his will. Let us move on, people. I want the people to understand everything. Now, the Farmer Integrity Commission initiated an examination of the statutory declaration of the Prime Minister and receipt of certain information in respect of his filing of statutory declarations. This examination resulted in the former chairman of the Integrity Commission issuing a letter dated October 5th, 2017, seeking clarification in respect of several items as reflected on his network schedule covering the period June 30, 1998, people, to December 31, 2016. It is noted from the correspondence that a response was required by December 15, 2017, right? And which he did not respond to. A response to the queries was ultimately received April 16, 2019, people, in the form of Bulletin Point, Financial Journal, June 1998, 2018, and noted as comprising 36 pages. Bulletin point number 2, Sunshine Mobile Company Limited, company profile and noted as comprising 8 pages with an attachment. The Leader Taxi Service Limited, company file, profile and noted as comprising 3 pages with attachment. Overview of Omega Bridge Finance Limited and noted as comprised 7 pages with attachment. Document labeled Appendix 1 to 22. Right? Now, listen to the findings now, people. Further to the Integrity Commission's letter dated October 5th, 2017, and subsequent reminders, Mr. Andrew Holness provided response to the Commission's queries in a 36-page financial journal, including attachment detailing business activities, investment, and liability. His explanation disclosed multiple business and accompanying investment, assets, and income which were not previously declared. People don't hear that. So obviously right now, right? The Prime Minister did not declare these assets, and where the law pointed out clearly that if you fail to declare your assets, right, and you lied about your assets, you should be charged. No, people, upon this point, the Integrity Commission did not even recommend that the Prime Minister should be charged. To show that the Integrity Commission investigators still lenient with the Prime Minister, still lenient. Because if you didn't have a solid DPP, the Prime Minister couldn't have gotten away with this. So, the point that I want to make, it could be that the Integrity Commission investigators, and I'm not saying that this is the Integrity Commission investigators' point of view or perception. It is my subjective argument to say that they know very well that the DPP, right, is more of a JLP operative and nothing is going to come of it. And so this is the reasons why they tag along with him, because they know that the DPP is not going to respond to this. The DPP is not going to have Andrew Holness recommend for charges. Now, what's this? The Financial Journal dates back to 1998 when Mr. Holness was first elected as a member of parliament and covers the period to 2018. The documents as presented were accepted as being additional records and explanations supplied by the Prime Minister and form the basis upon which we shall form our conclusions. So then let us read back that over on the basis of how the conclusions, right, will be formed. The Financial Journal dates back. So guess what? This has nothing to do with the Integrity Commission, you know. This comes out of Andrew Holness' Financial Journal. Some more people, if you understand it, don't believe that at the Integrity Commission they make up things. This is the Prime Minister's Financial Journal. Listen, the Financial Journal dates back to 1998 when Mr. Holness was first elected as a member of parliament and covers the period to 2018. The documents as presented were accepted as being additional records and explanations supplied by the Prime Minister and form the basis upon which we, the Integrity Commission investigators, shall form our conclusion by doing investigating the information that the Prime Minister provided, using source information and presenting. Now, let us move on. It is important to highlight the business activities associated, right, associated transactions and other undeclared investment. Undeclared investment before stating the response to the Commission queries as they form the basis of its explanation. Now let us look now. And I like how it is well organized in a chronological sequence. So now let us look on the subtopic, undeclared business assets, investment, incomes, and liabilities. The following disclosure were made in the Financial Journal to the Commission relating to business activities, investment, income, and personal loans not previously declared. So, in other words, it is Andrew Holness about himself. You know? I know nobody, you understand, outside of Andrew Holness present that to me. Right? Andrew Holness data this. Now, bulletin point number 1. Premium Group Limited. Prior to June 1998 election, Mr. Holness was employed as special assistant. See here, people, see here, what we are talking about as it relates to him working with Edward Seaga. Premium Group Limited. Prior to June 1998 election, Mr. Holness was employed as special assistant to Mr. Edward Seaga and managed his business Premium Group Limited. A position he held right until September 2001, people to get it. Of note, income from this employer was not declared for December 2000. So whatever income, right, as it relates to the Premium Group Limited was not declared. Now, let us look at Sunshine Mobile Company Limited. Mr. Holness noted that he was involved in the taxi business and before his entry into representational politics owned 3 motor cars which he contracted to Sunshine Mobile Limited. Now, we know that we debunked this because remember that in 1997, Andrew Holness married it. And them never have any money, you know. They have to put on fish fry. Right? So you want Mr. Holness to say yes, sir. Which them can't find no evidence as it relates, you understand, to such company dealings and money that this company generated. Let me read it over so people get it. Sunshine Mobile Company Limited, Mr. Holness noted that he was involved in the taxi business, right? And before his entry into representational politics, owned 3 motor cars which he contracted to Sunshine Mobile Limited. So this is a callous lie. After Mr. Holness registered the Lido taxi service, he had as many as 8 cars operating in Sunshine Mobile Company. In November 2000, Mr. Holness indicated that he agreed to purchase Sunshine Mobile Company from then owner Bob Buchanan on following terms. Now, let me ask Andrew Holness liar something. Are the liar they not speak to? Me not speak to Andrew Holness. So then, when the court asks Andrew Holness to present evidence of Sunshine Mobile Company Limited operation, let me ask Andrew Holness liar where Andrew Holness is going to get the evidence from. Now ask Kuno, now ask the liar. Right? I am asking the liar because the process of discovery has to be done in. So then, me the ask the liar whether Andrew Holness want to have what I call them KC liar, King Council, me the ask the King Council liar where Andrew Holness is going to get the evidence as it relates to Sunshine Mobile Company operation, right? And where 8 cars operating in Sunshine Mobile Company in November 2000, Mr. Holness indicated that he agreed to purchase Sunshine Mobile Company from then owner Bob Buchanan and the following items. A problem there, you know? Problem. The purchase price of the business would be $1,440,000 payable in weekly installment of $15,000 until complete. You know, say Andrew Holness an idiot. You understand my idiot? Because he has to show, right, those withdrawals that go that he had done. No. $15,000 installment. So Andrew Holness has put himself in a problem as it relates to, you understand, documentary proof. How is he going to prove these things? Now, Mr. Buchanan debt to Mr. Holness loan company, Omega Bridge Finance, would be written off. Now, Mr. Holness would take control of the business and become managing director, a role he has assumed January 2001. And all shares would be transferred to Mr. Holness and the payment of the last weekly installment for the company. The only thing, Jamaica, the company not really exists. If we don't get to the drift. Now, Mr. Holness said he managed this company until 2005, when it was wound up and the asset sold. He said the company was not officially transferred to him. Then I mean, if the company, well, then him own the company and the company.
He managed it
And he managed it.
wound up and the assets.
So all right. So hold on. So I'm going to wind up an asset and him no own it. Want to make this make sense to me, Jamaican people. Andrew Holness is going to wind up an asset that he no own. No, he said the company was not officially transferred to him. It simply means that if the company is not officially transferred to him, own it. That means he don't own the company. Right. And that means he can't wind it up if he don't own it. Exactly. No, if me have like me have my truck outside, right? But me purchase in a year name. Me can't sell the truck in. Although me might give some money, you understand, to pay for the truck. Because the name, the type in a year name. So me can't sell the truck. Because it's not officially transferred to me.
Sir Byron, a better example, if you add a car payment from a bank, right? You can't sell the car to me until you pay it off from the bank.
Exactly, Pastor Ricky. Exactly. So we come over. Because Andrew Holness, how these things are going to hold up in a court? They can't hold up in a court. The judge just go dash them out. As the owner died before the deal was finalized. You hear that? The owner died before the deal was finalized.
Suspicious, right?
Mr. Holness noted that the business was mainly cash, but I'm not smart in done for him to be saying these things. Mr. Holness noted that the business was mainly cash-based and estimate average yearly you want to drop the cash base because you want to send out no documents. Right. So you say merely cash base. You want to understand where I'm going with him line up. You understand? Merely cash.
I mean, him never pay no tax either, Sir Byron.
Yeah?
Means that all the money they make, he never paid any tax, because if it was cash based, it wouldn't need for paying a tax. Exactly.
Operating expense of $6,480,000 and operating income $3,792,000. He also recalls that he recovered approximately $3.5 million from the sale of Sunshine Motor assets, and that the company was eventually struck from the register of companies on Jamaica, January 2018. Business activity, the assets there from the income derived were never previously declared from 1998 to up to date. It was said to have been wind up and the assets sold. The Leader Taxi Service Limited. Mr. Holness explained that this business was registered in June 1999 with his wife Juliet Holness as the main shareholder and 2 members of his constituency executive as shareholders and directors. How convenient. He indicated that he was neither a registered director nor shareholder, as he was advised against this level of exposure. Then oil drum go run, you know, one Imperium. So you never think about the exposure in Imperium. Or you don't think about the exposure in the Leader Taxi Service. And you never think about the exposure in Imperium. Make it make sense, Andrew Holness. This business continued operating until 2005 when the operations were wound up and the assets sold. Of note, this business was interlinked with Sunshine Mobile, to whom the Leader motor vehicles were contracted. Between 1999 and 2005, the Leader owned 7 to 14 motor cars and 2 minibuses. The business, but you know, hold on the people. Because this is how he put himself in a trouble. Because he has to show those titles for those buses and those vehicles, right? And that's supposed to be in the office, right? The tax office. You understand? So this again is another Bangarang thing. Because what him said here, so you understand, the Integrity Commission investigators are going to dig this to find the proof in tax office. So Holness Andrew Holness that himself in a whole heap of mess.
He's a tax evader.
Because look, here it is, you know. He has to show proof for those 7 to 14 motor cars and 2 minibuses. So we go get them proof from. The business reported a total average revenue of 23,271,286 and total average net earning $12,071,286. Mr. Holness noted that by the end of 2005, he recovered over $4.5 million from the sale of the leader motor vehicle. This company was removed from the register of companies on the 28th of January. He moved them on 2011. This connection with this company and its income was previously unknown. You know, hear that, people, and is now being brought in as proof of having an additional source of income. All declarations for 1998 to 2005 bear no evidence of accounting for this business and its income. We can read that back over. That's why I ask where Andrew Holness is going to get the proof from. Because when he goes into court, he's going to have to present these information, these documents of these buses.
Exactly.
Now, here it is, you know, as it relates to the Integrity Commission investigation, you know. All declarations for 1998 to 2005 bear no evidence of accounting for this business and its income. You know, hear that, people? Problem with it. Omega Bridge Finance, based on Financial Journal, this business commenced operations from 1998, but was not formally registered until August 4. He explained that this business was initially funded by his parliamentary salary. Right? He reinvested monthly repayments, proceeds from the sale of assets, and receipts from the leader taxi company. Right now, hold on. Let me stop right there. So then, tell me something. If Andrew only get $6.8 million, right? As it relates to the amount of money, right, in 1999, right? How then he able to make certain purchases?
Yeah.
Right? People not see this.
Yeah.
This man is only getting $6 million
per year.
Per year.
Yeah.
If there's no evidence as it relates to the leader taxi service. None of that.
Where's the collateral to buy these purchases?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Pastor Ricky. Because he's only getting $6 million. Right. Right? Remember that he came in more people to understand this, you know. Remember, in 1997, the man come into politics, you know, being the Ministry of Education, you know. And 1999, this year look upon, you know.
2 years later. After he owed student loan.
After he owed student loan. Right? So yes, so just look at that. Right? He entered into politics 1997. So you tell me now, within the 2 years of him getting $6 million each year, and if you multiply that by 2, you're talking about $12 million.
Right.
How did Andrew Holness attain? Right? How much vehicles?
3 to 8.
You understand? That don't make no that That is totally impossible. No. Omega Bridge also leased office space between 2000 and 2004 and held certificate of deposit with ISAT trust totaling 1,905,000, call it 2 million, between 2000 and 2001. Mr. Holness reference excerpt from Omega Bridge Finance Transaction Report, which indicate that between December 1999 people and November 2001, loans totaling 12.7 million were issued. He noted that by the time the business was wounded up between 2005 and 2006, approximately 12 million, right, or about 70% of the loan portfolio was recovered. These amounts, according to Mr. Holness, were placed in passive investment in stock, CD, repos, and alternate investment schemes. No, this is problem for Mr. Holness. This is problem for Mr. Holness. Because right here, so here people remember pointing out, he's talking about loans totaling $12.7 million. Pastor Ricky and panel. Who remember Zara Burton do the research.
Yeah.
And find no loans.
Exactly.
No loans, no mortgage.
The investigator, Zara Burton, would have done certain investigation and find no loans and no mortgages. And here Andrew Holness is talking about loans totaling 12.7 million were issued.
Loans from where?
By the time the business was winding up between 2005 and 2006, approximately 12 million, or about 70% of the loan portfolio was recovered. These amounts, according to Mr. Holness, were placed in passive investment in a stock, CDs, repos, and alternative investment scheme. Mr. Holness indicated that he removed himself as director of this company when he became a government minister in 2007. Right? In 2007. And his wife, Juliet, was added as director. The business has been dormant since 2005 and remains on the register of companies to date. Investment and income from this business activity were not declared for the year 1998 to 2005. So the man didn't lie. So, right. So what this mean, panel? I want the panel to take note now. What this mean? That none of the statutory declaration from 1998
to present
can be properly certified.
To present, exactly.
Because he lied and he has been he has been lying from 1998
till present.
To present.
Yeah.
So none of the statutory declaration,
Jesus,
right, is really certified.
Judgment.
No. It is to be noted that in the explanation provided by Mr. Holness concerning the business highlight above, namely 2 to 4, he stated that these activities were entered primarily to support his constituency activities and were not declared as they were not considered a part of his assets base. Or you mean they're not considered a part of his assets? Eh? No, income, assets, and liability. Your report. These are your assets, and the category for reporting is income, assets, and liability. So one call them thing there. No asset man. Pastor Ricky.
Yes, sir.
Melting pot.
Yeah.
Things. One call those things. House, car, and cash.
Assets.
No asset in there.
Yeah. And
okay.
Liability is your expenses. So liability minus from your asset.
Okay. So we don't understand why I say yes, sir. They were not considered a part of his assets base. This the madness.
Total madness.
Right? Yeah, but if it is for your constituency, you must have a constituency account and put them in your constituency account. What am I doing on your account?
Exactly.
We have no choice but to reject that opinion, of course, as reliance is being sought on the income earned and assets at the disposal of the entities. Exactly. Now, these assets have either been sold or made further investment in an effort to substantiate assets now in its position. Now, they are getting at the Bangarang now tonight. This is how the street now hit the fan. Now people want to look at now. This is how the street now really hit the fan. Now, investment in cash plus. Now, this is very serious. This is very serious. I want people now to listen. I want Jamaicans, right, who have a clear mind to listen to me tonight. So even if we are going to forgive the Prime Minister for the first bad move as it relates to cash flow, we're going to show something here. So, investment in cash flow. Mr. Holness indicated that he commenced placing deposit in alternate investment in cash plus in early 2005. He could not recall the amount of original investment, but he invested $2 million in May 2006, which was encashed from off deposit at June 30, 2006.
Sorry to interrupt you, but how could he remember coming into politics with 47 million in 1997? He came into cash plus within 2000.
Too smart. Approximately 2.2 million was in the account prior to the 2 million deposit. According to Mr. Holness, the initial and subsequent deposit were derived from funds recovered from the proceeds of assets sold in his dissolved business. But in the set, they weren't a part of the assets because
they were for the constituency.
Yeah, because they were for the constituency. So inconveniently now, you understand the sit up.
But there are some documents he has to submit for the constituents to spend money in the constituents. Did he do that?
Of which we have already noted, it stated was to support constituency activities. See that because I still think you are touched. See, because you understand, he wants to own the assets conveniently when certain questions reach him. You understand? And when he needs to account for the situation, you understand, he disown it. Right? Exactly. Which was rejected. He noted that he made his first investment in cash plus in 2005 and continued holding this account until 2007. This investment has never been previously disclosed. It affects declaration years 2005 and 2006 and was encashed in 2007. So, Andrew Holness tried to get out himself out of one part of the problem and also now the mix up himself, you understand, in the next part of the problem. You understand? Now, First Global Bank money market. According to Mr. Holness, he opened his account in January 2005 with an initial sum of $400,000 and was never previously declared. Never declared that again. First Global Financial Service Certificate of Deposit. In the financial journal submitted by Mr. Holness, he disclosed that he also invests $3 million in a certificate of deposit at 12.5% interest, which he subsequently allowed to roll over. Mr. Holness explained that these funds, right, were proceeds recovered from the sale of assets in his dissolved business. Right? Now, let me read back something over here, so people. Hold on. In the financial journal submitted by Mr. Holness, he disclosed that he has also invested $3 million in a certificate of deposit at 12.5% interest, which he subsequently allowed to roll over. Hold on, that people. The reason why I tell you is hold on. When Melting Pot and I did the research as it relates to Cash Plus, Cash Plus was offering what? 12.5%. Was it on a monthly basis or a three-term basis? Melting Pot.
I think it's quarterly.
It was on a quarterly basis.
So you know what this means?
monthly payable in monthly disbursement at a
No.
rate of 10%.
Monthly disbursement. Hold on there. Because
10% per month, 120% annually returns for funds invested in the scheme.
we want to show people the criminality with Andrew Holness and him criminal friend them. So we just researched the information. It is monthly.
10% monthly.
10% monthly. So then, see I hear
120%.
120%.
Does that sound real?
And you talk for $3 million and you get it. It's the truth. Jamaican people say Andrew Holness plan to rob investors because people may make no understand it. In the financial journal submitted by Mr. Holness, he disclosed that he also invests $3 million in a certificate of deposit at 12.5% interest, right, which he subsequently allowed to roll over, right? Mr. Holness explained that these funds were proceeds recovered from the sale of assets in his dissolved business, of which we have already noted he stated was to support constituency activities, right? Because these money taken from First Global Bank, right, and to put into Cash Plus, which part Cash Plus, they give him the rollover. Him get 12.5%, you know, about the information or research at 10%. So if him get a higher percent rate, so obviously Andrew Holness definitely knows there's a Ponzi scheme.
This is from First Financial Global.
Yes.
Certificate was a 12.5%.
Okay. Oh yes.
So that is from the First Global Financial.
The First Global Financial Certificate deposit in the financial journal submitted by Mr. Holness. He disclosed that he also invests $3 million in a certificate of deposit at 12.5% in the First Global. Okay, so we are misconstrued. So let us correct that. We are misconstrued. We are misconstrued that, people, so we correct that. Mr. Holness explained that these funds were proceed recovered because we think my mind think we're still under the Cash Plus thing. From the sale of assets in his dissolved business, of which we have already noted he stated was to support constituency activities, which he was rejected. In 2006, $2 million was withdrawn from this account and placed in Cash Plus. So now, hold on, I'm going to go back to that. $2 million was withdrawn from this account, from that $3 million that he invested in global certificate, because that's why the Cash Plus thing they get me yes. Okay. So all right. So $2 million, right? For the First Global Financial Service Certificate of Deposit, which is 12.5%. And put that now in a Cash Plus, which he might get now in a Cash Plus 10% per month. People look at the wickedness, you know. $2 million to in a Cash Plus, which for Andrew Holness, they get 10%, right? On the $2 million per month, and just consider, you understand, per year. You understand what amount of money Andrew Holness would have gotten from Cash Plus. You understand? Now, 120% as related to 1 year. 120%. Now, this is wickedness, you know. Andrew Holness no say investors doing an investment like that. Andrew Holness definitely knows the investors they will lose their money, and they literally steal the people their money.
Invested money, they were depending on new people to come in to join.
Exactly, because it was a Ponzi scheme, and he knows that it was a Ponzi scheme. He knows that it was a Ponzi scheme, and him and his friend them win this. You understand? So Andrew Holness literally, right? Any investigator will tell you this in terms of looking at this. Andrew Holness literally planned with Cash Plus boss, him and Cash Plus boss, rob investors. Mr. Holness disclosed that he made personal loans and advances to family members and friends between 2006 and 2010, which he did not include in his personal assets. These include loans and advancement made to his relative Everard Curtis Stewart between June and December 2006, totaling $2 million. This was made towards the expansion of Mr. Stewart's spice manufacturing and distribution business payments were made in cash, checks, and direct payments to suppliers from Mr. Holness' parliamentary income and funds recouped from Omega. These amounts were partially repaid, 1.9 million, between 2007 and 2009. Right? Now, loans and advances, 1.38 million and 92,000 US, 7.3 million, totaling 8.68 million to Mistress Holness backside. Papa, so you know, some of the money that the US money hit the Swiss system, you know. And it sister in 2008 in relation to the bird sucker real estate development. These amounts were repaid in 2009 when the project was completed. The specific source of funding for these loans were not identified by Mr. Holness, but the recovered amounts were accounted for in increased investment in 2009. Now, a personal loan was made to Paul East in 2010 of $13,500 US, equivalent to $1,074,735 from JMMB Investment and $1,307,406.82 from Stocks and Security, totaling $2,382,000, right? $141,000, right? $82, right? So look on it. Look on it. So, yeah, all right. So we know, say, as a cartoon, this, what Andrew want to say, so, and get money out of SSL, you understand, as it relates to the time. Now, in 2021, him get money again out of SSL, you know, because in 2021, him close him account and get money out of SSL again. Now, hold on. Mr. Holness said these amounts were repaid in 2011. Nothing was declared in relation. We have Bangarang as someone. Pastor Ricky, Melting Pot.
Yeah.
Well, on them, just remember something they want to tell the world Jamaican people. Remember about this. Because I'm on the Integrity Commission to hear this, what I'm going to say. Let me read. Let me catch you back from top. Pastor Ricky, remember 2011?
Him get money out of SSL for buy the land. And him say,
Hold on, I'm not too much of a business, Pastor Ricky.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. A personal loan was made to Paul East in 2010 of $13,000 US, $500, right? Equivalent $1,074,735 from JMMB Investment and $1,307,406.82 from Stocks and Security, totaling $2,382,141.82. Mr. Holness said these amounts were repaid in 2011. What I want to remind people about.
But him get loans in at 2011 himself, plus SSL money to buy the land. So
how him get Pastor Ricky. You remember that Andrew Holness purchased the land that built him big house.
Yeah, Beverly Hills.
In 2011. Right. And he made 4 payments.
4, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Simple mean Andrew Holness didn't have any money.
Him said loans.
You remember that?
Yeah.
So then, why must I one thing, different thing the company and journal? So Patrick Bailey, I'm liar, so that you know.
Yeah.
Right? That he made 4 payments on the land in 2011. Now that it said.
And one of them was from SSL.
And one of them was from SSL. Now that it said, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah.
In 2011.
Now that it's a melting pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it said.
We'll have it, yeah.
And we have the evidence. So
that's what he said in the interview with Zara Burton.
Exactly. So this is a Bangarang theme again. This is obvious Bangarang. Nothing was declared in relation to these personal loans and advances in declarations for the year 2006. Now remember that Zara Burton also did the investigation and find no loans.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was no loan, no mortgages.
No loans, no mortgages listed. You understand? So the Prime Minister is going to bring down, well, the Prime Minister bring down himself, you know. Look, people, the source of funding over the loans remains unclear and possibly may be attributed to funds stated as constituency support previously rejected by me. Now, watch it now. All right. This is where we get serious with Andrew Holness. Jamaica, listen to me now. Andrew Holness now would have been in cash plus. And cash plus would have been crushed. A lot of people during that time, you understand, have big uproar as it relates to many investors lose their money in cash plus.
Yeah.
Andrew Holness put the money in a cash plus, right? And rewarded, maybe hugely, millions of dollars in get out of cash plus. I want Jamaica. I'm asking Jamaica and I'm asking Andrew Holness, knowing to the fact that cash plus crash, and you know that now it was a Ponzi scheme. Mystic Sensation is asking you, why did you go into Holland?
Bingo.
Why did you now join Holland? Because you knew very well now that cash plus, you understand, was a Ponzi scheme. Cash plus crash. You make it big out of cash plus, you and your friend. But you come back now and link up Holland. And you stuff millions in Holland. And again, pull with several investors' money. Here it is. Holland investment. It is not on the commission's file that a query was raised previously and statements were seen for 2005, you know, and 2006 in relation to investment made. People look on this. Some of Mr. Holness' responses to the Integrity Commission letter dated October 5th, 2017. The following responses were provided by Mr. Holness in response to queries raised in the above mentioned letter and stated before. Now, Mr. Holness explained that he commenced investment in Holland. We could read it now. Right?
He started.
So what we are getting now in the summary, he started with Holland.
Yeah.
Right? We could correct about that. Because we are getting the breakdown now. Explanation. Mr. Holness explained that he commenced investment in Holland in mid-2005, totaling 36,000 US dollars, 109,075, which is $2,316,461.68, derived from the proceeds of loan collecting from Omega Bridge Financing, the sale of assets from Sunshine Mobile Company Limited, and interest withdrawn from Cash Plus. So normal, so Cash Plus was first. So I have that right.
Yeah.
Withdrawn from Cash Plus Limited. Right? Now, Appendix 6.11 attached to Mr. Holness' Financial Journal indicated that the balance on this account was 108,352, right? 49 cents US dollars in a people. At April 30, 2006. So we'll land it. Now. Wait there. Back up your people.
All in to the first entity, Byron. All in come before Cash Plus. All in come before Cash Plus. As it relate in the listing that we are looking at.
Okay, the sale of assets from Sunshine Mobile Company Limited and interest withdrawn from Cash Plus Limited put into Holland. You get that mention, Pat?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, see there? The sale of assets from Sunshine Mobile Company Limited and interest withdrawn from Cash Plus Limited. What he's saying, Mr. Holness explained that he commenced investment in Holland in mid-2005, totaling, right, the amount of money where you see so derived from the proceeds, the material where it comes from, melting pot. Derived from the proceeds of loan collections from Omega Bridge Financing, the sale of assets from Sunshine Mobile Company Limited, and interest withdrawn from Cash Plus Limited. You get
Right.
now?
Yeah, he's just telling you where the money came from that he started investing all in with.
Yeah, exactly. Holness Financial
Can
Journal
I ask a question?
Yes, go
Can
ahead.
I ask a question?
Yes.
How comes he invests money from the sale of Sunshine Mobile taxi company when he did not own Sunshine Mobile Company? Didn't he say up? Pardon
He
me?
purchased it after a while.
Right?
But didn't he say the owner died before the deal was completed?
No, that was the taxi. That was the taxi company.
But the name of the taxi company was Sunshine Mobile.
No, the leader taxi service.
The leader.
The leader taxi service, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarification.
That was
All
the
right.
leader taxi service. Yeah.
All right, thanks for your clarification.
Yeah, he further explained that in October 2006, his account type changed in an account yielding higher returns to ameliorate discrepancies on the first account he held. Mr. Holness indicated that the $306,000, right, $33.13 noted as opening balance in his account was therefore not a new investment, right? At August 2007, the balance in this account was 1 million. What on? US.
A US this, you know. Of course, 1,214,177.71 US dollar.
Hold on there, Papa.
Bangarang.
Back up here. At August 2007, the balance in this account was US $1,214,177. What on there?
A lot of money.
Hold on, let me say something, Pastor Ricky. So the money in Citibank, the $700,000 US that investigator found in Citibank.
Different from this.
Different from this, you know.
Yeah.
But if you say a lie.
Him say me on a US account.
But remember the US, the 713 US in the Citibank account was for the period of 2021 to 2023. This is going way back before then. This 1 million is before then, yeah.
So then the reason why I'm bringing up that is because he's lying to say that it is not US that he put into that account. Was Jamaican denominator, not that himself?
Yeah, to justify that, right.
But this show you how long him have US account, from when him have US account.
Exactly.
Right? Because see that, watch out, source of fund invested in all investment, in particular deposit totaling 316,000 US and 113,000 in 2006 and 2007. So every US dollars the man dump in them Ponzi scheme. You know. Mr. Holness explained that 80,000 was deposited in June 2006 from the encashment of a portion of 90,000 US, right? First Global Bank, right? Repurchase agreement, which originated from the proceeds of the sale of assets, right? In Sunshine Mobile Company Limited, the leader, Taxi Service Limited, and collection of loans proceed issued through Omega Bridge Financing Limited. Now, the Financial Journal indicated that 9,000 US, 995 deposited in November 2006 was derived from interest withdrawn from account invested in Cash Plus. Mr. Holness also noted that this deposit of US 19,995 was invested in Orient in February 2007 from the interest withdrawn from his Cash Plus, right? Yes.
Byron.
All right.
Sir Byron, if I might interject one moment here. We are looking at Cash Plus now coming up again, you know, where money has been withdrawn from Cash Plus in 2006.
Nothing part. Let me just close this because I'm going to have you address the situation just about now. Let me just read this two things here and then we just right? Just bring it in. Mr. Holness Financial Journal indicate that 93,578.51 was last deposit he made to Olin account in April 2007. The amount was derived from approximately 1,300,000 from an annual fundraising dinner for his constituency and approximately 5,100,000 from the encashment of his cash plus investment. Mr. Holness explained that US 33,000 was withdrawn from the Olin account in June 2007 and added 20,000, which was reserved from an annual fundraising dinner for his constituency and was used to purchase a motor vehicle for the 2007 election. All right, I'm going to state that away. Now, let us ask this question, melting pot, because open batsman, you are going to come in.
Yeah.
So Andrew Holness joined Cash Plus, right? Put millions of dollars in Cash Plus, and including US dollars as well. Cash Plus crashed. Investors lost their money. Investors lost their money. Andrew Holness would have known that investors lost their money. Andrew Holness again take another ride and join Olint.
Yeah.
Put millions of dollars in Olint, right? And withdraw millions out of Olint. So Andrew Holness now would have known that Cash Plus crash, Olint crash. Now what's happening now?
SSL.
What Andrew Holness did.
SSL.
So when Andrew Holness, what we want to tell Jamaican people, that when Andrew Holness joined SSL, it was not the first rodeo for Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness now knew also that in the 90s financial meltdown, Paul Chen Young and associates, you understand, but they want to blame People's National Party for FINSA. Paul Chen Young and associates robbed many investors. So Andrew Holness know them enough.
Yeah.
Andrew Holness know them. So then Andrew Holness now link up with Hugh Croskery, right? And now bring back SSL into the picture. And where what they did is to change Paul Cheng and Associates into SSL because they did not want people to recognize that SSL was Paul Cheng Young and Associates.
Right.
And so then, when board put in money in SSL 2012, it was a paradise for them. I am going to yield back now. I am going to make melting pot, the opening batsman, take on the mission.
Yes, and this is quite a mission to take on as it relates to the amount of variances that we are looking at. There is so much to dissect within this affidavit from the Integrity Commission that they have, and Andrew Holness as the Prime Minister. And, the wide variance, it is so in keeping with Andrew Holness as it relates to what Juliet Holness said about him from them school years. He was nuff and nosy and into everything. And it's, spill over into his political career. And so when we look at all that is in the affidavit, it tells every Jamaican, every conscious Jamaican who are patriotic to the cause of seeing Jamaica develop and rise as a nation, that Andrew Holness has been playing dally house with Jamaican taxpayers' money from as far back as in the 1990s. As it relates to Andrew Holness coming into representative politics in 1997, and serving in the educational ministry. Now we knew what went on there from the outset with him and Gavin, right? And a lot of money as it relates to contract. Andrew Holness reaped the spoil from that. So Andrew Holness started out on that footnote, yeah, from the education ministry. But here in the same year, 1997, Andrew Holness was, scuffling around for money to have a decent wedding. In 1996, Andrew Holness was a delinquent student from the UWI. And in 1997, in an interview, I remember him saying that a friend of his from the state was introducing him to an investment scheme and he couldn't find 200 US to invest in it. So that background picture shows that Andrew is coming from a broken family in terms of where wealth is concerned. So there was no wealth coming from Andrew's family background. Now for Andrew Holness to rise to this level of being a multi-billionaire, it's unbelievable. And what we have to look at is how Andrew formulate all the Ponzi scheme run-ins. He's involved in every one of them, and all of them crash. Likewise, his shell company, all of them, he relinquish them within a 2 to 5 year period. You understand? And it's just money moving from one account to the next account, from this business to that business. And that's a distinctive sign of money laundering. For anyone who know about money laundering, that's a distinctive sign that Andrew is involved in money laundering. And so, Andrew's statutory declaration, was not good from the outset. A lot of Jamaicans think that Andrew's statutory declaration was only being affected in the 2020 period as it relates to 2021. But no, we are looking at Andrew Holness' statutory declaration being not submitted in the right context from 1998.
1998.
So this is a 27-year period that Andrew Holness has been operating like this, using mafia tricks and con style against the Integrity Commission as it relates to him submitting the right and proper statutory declaration. And so this is why Andrew Holness put a gag order on the Integrity Commission. This is why Andrew Holness and his other allies did not sign the Code of Conduct. Because Andrew knew very well that he has a lot to answer for dating back from 1998. So what we see here now is that Andrew Holness, out of his, stable mind, decided to fight the Integrity Commission in court. And we see under no circumstance he will ever be successful. And this is the reason why his lawyer told him to drop the case. Because his lawyer has seen fully well, after getting the affidavit from the Integrity Commission, that his client is in serious dilemma as it relates to his statutory declaration, as it relates to him cannot explain how he amassed the amount of wealth over a short period of time. There was a period of time between 2009 to 2011 where the Integrity Commission see where Andrew Holness assets swell to alarming rate.
Yes.
And that's where they started to, take note of this individual carefully. And so they have gone back from the inception of Andrew Holness being in representative politics. And what they have found out is that Andrew Holness was not declaring all that he had to declare. He was withholding a lot of his asset, a lot of his business. He wasn't being, compliant with the Integrity Commission as it related to his statutory declaration. And so Andrew Holness must be held accountable for 27 years of non-submitting of his statutory declaration. This is how bad it is for Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party. But what we have to look at carefully is that Andrew Holness was aided and abetted by other cronies around him. Cronies like Michael Leachin, Hugh Craskery, and Darrell Valls. They all contrive to all these Ponzi schemes. So these are the Ponzi scheme bosses in Jamaica. Because when you look at Cash Plus, Olin, and then SSL, it all show Andrew Holness having close affiliation with all of those Ponzi schemes. But Andrew Holness never come out on the losing side of things. He's always been credited for his investment and credited to the tune of vast amount of millions. So we are wondering, why is it so? And the question that we have to ask, was due diligence done in regards to, when he submitted his statutory declaration in the first phase? We know that there were people protecting him, We know that for a fact. You understand? But the cover-up is so widespread that how could they allow Andrew Holness for that vast period of time to be uncertified? Tentative politics stick in my mind right now. Mocha should have gone for him. Mocha should have gone for him. You understand? But we understand why Mocha don't go for him. Why the DPP and the prosecutor them don't haul him in front of them. We know why. These same people were around Andrew Holness protecting him all along. So the situation is so bad that we know Andrew Holness single-handedly mash up Jamaica economy. Because a lot of tax were not paid over to the tax office.
All right.
Yes, Sir Byron.
Let me help you with a big information here. So what we just discovered. Put it up on it. And sorry to cut you. We just assure the Jamaican people that again Andrew Holness still continue to lie. Because here it is here. Here is it, people. A cease and desist order was issued against Olin Corp Limited and related entities on March 24, 2006 by the Financial Service Commission. So then if there's a cease and desist issue, Andrew Holness doing investment with Olin 2007.
But Byron, you have to remember who did in charge of the Yeah, but you have to just remember who was in charge of the FFC at the time.
Yes.
It's one of Andrew Holness' close allies,
Yes.
You understand? I remember even when SSL was flagged, that same person also allowed SSL to continue. So these are the people that we are talking about that aided and abetted Andrew Holness to carry out these illicit practices. And all of these people must be on trial as well. Because we all know Andrew can't pull off these scams on his own. Michael Leachin is one of the biggest players in all of this. Because him facilitate the banking system for Andrew to put the money through. You understand? Hugh Craskery is also one of the main architects because him coming from the Paul Chen Young era as it related to Eagle Merchant Bank. But Andrew knew about Hugh Craskery more so than even Michael Leachin. Yeah, I don't want to come to Darrell Valls yet because he's just an inchman in all of this. Yeah, but Andrew Holness, Michael Leachin, and Hugh Craskery, they are the three main players that form the Bermuda Triangle within all of these financial schemes that them set up, Ponzi scheme that crash as it relates to Cash Plus, yeah, SSL, and Holness. They are the three individuals that form the triangle. So everything else now was like tributaries. Darrell Vaz was a inchman where him cover for Andrew Holness and put film name up front as it related to the vast amount of accounts that the Jamaica Labour Party had in SSL at the time. Nothing
Yes.
did not show Andrew Holness. It all showed Darrell Vaz as the chairman for the accounts. But then we noticed that money was moving from SSL to Andrew Holness' entity as it related to ADMAT in 2008, and other withdrawal from SSL to Andrew Holness as it related to what we see in the purchasing of the land up by Beverly Hills. So we know for a fact that Andrew Holness has been a big player and a scammer as it relates to scamming the investors in Jamaica, those who they attracted in their Ponzi scheme. Now, we know when both money went into SSL, what happened. And Andrew started to show a new lease in life as it relates to, getting that big mansion quickly out of the way and, done so fast, unbelievable. And Peter Phillips at the time, raised the question because Peter Phillips was looking at a relatively young politician who has, surpassed previous politician in terms of wealth,
Same bad
but
mind.
a politician who didn't have a, hefty salary pay package. So when you look at what Andrew Holness had as investment around him, right, that relate to his asset, his salary could not give him no way, shape, or form. If you look at what Andrew Holness was doing as it related to even the taxi service, yeah, that showed that he was making over 10.7 million a year. But him wind up that. Andrew Holness was the things where him don't want to own after all. Him say it belongs to him sister. No, can you live in this big mansion, one of the biggest house up at Beverly Hills, but you don't see it to be yours? You want to say it's your sister, but your sister is in a predicament in Florida with her mortgage there as well. She having problem in financing her mortgage in Florida. But she is now, as you say, Andrew Holness, the person who won your house that you live in. Yeah? So we have so much problem with Andrew Holness, it's unbelievable. And I mean, this man must be behind bars. This man cannot get away from the high level of atrocity and criminality as it relates to money laundering that we see, as it relates to involving in the Ponzi scheme them and the fraud in Jamaicans of several billions of dollars. SSL was 4.8 billion. You understand? And you check cash plus and all in. If you rack up them together and tie all three entities, it's several $billion Andrew Holness involving where the corruption side of things is concerned. So we now have to also question certain other entities like the Bank of Jamaica, because the Bank of Jamaica have a regulatory, act that all commercial banks supposed to follow as it relates to operating in a transparent manner in the financial sector in Jamaica. And they must have seen all these accounts in NCB. They should have gone in and do their due diligence as it relates to Andrew Holness, depositing all these amount of money. So the scope now, the microscope now is on the Bank of Jamaica. That gentleman down there must also be a part of the investigation in the corruption in Jamaica as it relates to all these entities. because there's no way he does not have any idea what was going on, because the commercial bank has to provide a check and balance to the Bank of Jamaica. So all these things, just go like water under the bridge. We have to ask, so some serious player in Jamaica, Andrew only get the player them on him side, and him use it to him beneficial to mash up the investors them, to take away average Jamaican who, try to seek some form of investment on what they had and went into their Ponzi scheme and came out with nothing. But Andrew only came out with billions of dollars, and also at the same time hiding from the taxman in Jamaica, not paying over billions of dollars in tax based on the high level of asset that he had. He owes Jamaican a vast amount in tax. So we are looking at Andrew Holness from all various angles. And this man should not be running in this upcoming general election. And for a man with so much criminal activity hanging over his head, but also holding the country to ransom as it relates to announcing the date for the upcoming general election, it is nothing short of disgrace. Nothing short of disgrace. You understand? This is a criminal holding the country to ransom. You have investors overseas who probably want to come and invest in the country, but it's waiting because there's no certainty as to where the country is going. Come September the 3rd, the country will probably be without a prime minister and be in the hands of the governor general. This is how I'm looking at it right now, because we are just about a month away from that date and we haven't heard the date for the upcoming general election. So we're asking Andrew Holness, what is the reason? And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right. There you go. And let us squeeze in the ladies' pinks right in between the middle. Pinks.
Okay, Uncle Byron. I'm going to start out first by making a little correction there. When Andrew Onis made told a lie about his business, one of his business being cash based only business. In Jamaica, it does not matter what kind of business you have, whether it's a service you're providing or a product you're providing, we all use cash in transaction. You're only exempt from taxes if you're below the threshold of 1.5 million Jamaican dollars. You're not required to pay the taxes like other people. So that is a blatant, obvious lie. And everybody in Jamaica who owns a business knows that cash is our domain of exchange, no matter what kind of business you're in. The, the man who owns a garage, the barber, the hairdresser, the shopkeeper, everybody uses cash in their business. It's just a matter of if your business passes or is below the threshold and is implemented here in Jamaica. So, and we see from his business, he was making over the amount of the threshold, so he should be paying taxes in that company. Now, when it comes to Andrew, we know that truth is running down Andrew, but Andrew is running from truth. Andrew managed the truth like how the devil and the angels do not get along. Let's go back to his house. Broke about his house when Zara Peter Phillips making it known publicly, because up to this date we still do not know where the money come from to start his company in St. Lucia. He claimed that he bought the house, the land, ADMAT transfer money to here. Where did that original money comes from? That $47 million that he claimed that he got, is only the devil could have given him that money. And there is no clue, there's no breadcrumbs to tell us where that money comes from. Either that $47 million he claimed that he has. Now, what's the difference between a scammer in Montego Bay, a lottery scammer in Montego Bay, and Andrew? I would like to ask all Jamaicans that. What is the difference between, because Andrew has been running Jamaica similar to how the lot of scammers work in Montego Bay. There is no difference. And if he's spending so much time.
The difference is because we voted for Andrew Holness to rob us. But
thank you.
The electric scammers, them choose to rob us. We voted for him to rob us.
And the other question I would like to ask my Jamaican voters is this: what time does Andrew have to run the country? Because all we see him doing is moving money from one entity to another entity for over 27 years that he's in politics. And the reason the IC gave him so much time to start out himself is because the IC people obviously respect the office of the Prime Minister. Because I am sure if we check the history of the IC, no other leniency, because there's also evidence that they went overboard to try to accommodate Andrew Holness. They did everything. They were so lenient. It's amazing that they went the length to get this man to just respond to them. They were very professional. So when Big Mama, Cliff Hughes, come out and try to defend and be on the side of Andrew Holness, we know you're only defending your tax break. And Hugh, you have a lot to answer for, because so much information that comes out of your radio station has been proven false over and over again. Now, the IC, I would like the IC to go back to Andrew Holness records, back to 1997 when he entered politics. Because we need to go through everything from what we're seeing now. We need to go back, right back to 1997 with a fine-tooth comb and do a thorough investigation, because everything comes up wanting, lacking, missing information. How can you be running a business and don't keep an account of how your money is being spent, how much money is coming in, how much money you invest? You do not remember money for over $1 million? Come on, Andrew. That is a blatant lie. And I would like to remind Jamaica that Cash Plus, one of the investors, was a university in Mandeville who at the time was being led by our President Gigi. And they lost their investment in Cash Plus, while Andrew Holness came out a winner. So you see, even some of his friends around him have lost their investment, and the only winner is always Andrew. In SSL, he's a winner. In Orland, he's a winner. Why is this so? And he claimed that he loaned money to his family and friends. Where did the original money come from for you to lend your family and friends, Andrew? We Jamaicans want to know. the voting public wants to know. Andrew, receive what you have done. Even with it's so obvious, even these vehicles that cannot, we have seen in Jamaica so many car scams. So many car scams in Jamaica. We hear were resold as used vehicles, or they take the front part of a vehicle and the back part of about these car scams. So again, is this so? Were they part of these car scams? So you who live, you are going out to vote, and your Holness, and the part right now, and the wickedest part of Jamaica right now, because they look at our faces every day and they take from us. No, if someone like a middle income worker say they're going to invest $100,000 Jamaican in any investment company, right now they're going to wonder, should I or should I not invest the money? Because they come out as winners. We go back. Seaga. Seaga came out as a winner. When Century National Bank crashed, he came out a winner because he did not pay back the loan. While the poor Jamaicans, the investors on the ground, came out as losers. Same with SSL. And the trend keeps happening over and over again. That is just the DNA of the Jamaican Labour Party. Over and over again, leader after leader, scamming, scamming. I asked before, Horace Chang, Northwest, Deputy Prime Minister, you got $20 million last year for the constituency. Where is that money? Where is it? And we don't have any water on our pipes right now. This is what they do year after year, and we cannot vote back in these people. It makes no sense. In the year 2025, for 2 weeks, people do not have water in their pipes. They want us to buy from the truck 1,000 Jamaican dollars for a 55-gallon barrel of water in Jamaica, and they want us to what? Use bath pans while they are using their shower heads, and water is where they are living in their pipes, and the people who are voting them back into power does not have water in their pipes. How does this make sense? Voters, think about what you're doing, and I yield the floor to someone else.
All right. Thank you for that, Pinks. But before I make Pastor Ricky comes in the space, I want to show you, as a result of Andrew Holness' participation in the Ponzi scheme, the total damage that our Jamaican brothers had faced over the 3 collapse of the Ponzi scheme. Let us show such investors being robbed, right? And where Andrew Holness benefited hugely. Let us show the evidence. Cash Plus. Now here it is, people. Jamaica, no Cash Plus payday. Government trustee said still no end in sight. Losses now stand at $19 billion. $19 billion. It's a disgrace. The Office of the Government Trustee revealed yesterday that the losses to Cash Plus depositors have been calculated at just over 19 billion, almost doubling the initial report. Dario, take it away. Let us show Holland damage. Andrew Holness benefited awesomely out of that. Just want to show the people in the evidence. Now let us go to Holland and show what Holland losses. Now here it is, people. Jamaica citizen pleaded guilty to 220 million Ponzi fraud and money laundering charges. So when we're talking about money laundering, we want to show Jamaica that Andrew Holness, you understand, is a part of this, right? Now, this is from the United States. Orlando, Florida, United States Attorney Robert E. O'Neill announces that David A. Smith, you understand, as it relates to Holland, a Jamaican citizen who was living in the Turks and Caicos Island, today pleaded guilty to 4 counts of wire fraud, 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. Take it away. Take it away. Just want to show people what Andrew Holness, our Prime Minister, involving the level of criminality. Andrew Holness is a plain criminal. Let us go into SSL and show people the damage of how Andrew Holness and the GLP did to investors, Jamaican investors. The 4.7 billion fraud at Security Dealer Stocks and Security Limited, SSL, which has impacted track and field icon Usain Bolt and more than 200 other people, is now firmly in the political domain. Let me talk to Pastor Ricky, since Pastor Ricky is coming in. Pastor Ricky, just imagine, right, that our Prime Minister, the man that said prosperity, right, it is the very same man that involved in these Ponzi schemes, the very same man and his confederates to rob the Jamaican investors, who in turn voted for them. Some of them who voted for them. And here it is, where you have Pastor Ricky, as I showed, the total amount of money as it relates to Andrew Holness and his confederate, what they rob Jamaican investors. 90 million from Cash Plus, 220 million from Orient, 4.7 from billion from SSL, a total over $22 billion, you understand, being taken from the Jamaican investors. Pastor Ricky, come in the space.
Yeah, actually, in my calculation, that's about almost $24 billion. Yeah, it's sad. Very, very, very sad. Over $24 billion. But, you know, I am appalled after going through the affidavit in the 90s meltdown that was led by Seaga and the JLP party, Paul Cheng Young and his bank and other banks, Aldi Shaw, masterminds behind this, and of FinSat, to appall that after that, so many loopholes are in the banking system, and this needs strong banking regulations law right now, immediately after this government leave. This should never happen in the history of Jamaica again. You can't have unregulated businesses and unregulated Ponzi schemes, unregulated foundations. Like Nigel Clark had an unregulated foundation that he collected, what, $91 million in 2020 and spent $84 million the same year. Between 2018 and 2020, collect 91 million. Didn't list the source of funding, where the money come from. And it's the same thing we see with this Prime Minister. All of this irregularities as it relates to money laundering and money transfer and money wiring and money investments, schemes. Yet there is no ledger, there is no accounting methods. You know, in America, we have what we call the general accepted accounting standards or principles. So every company has to abide by that, or else you will be in trouble with the federal government. And, you know, when you have millions of dollars running from 1998 into his, well, one of the businesses was for Edward Seaga, the Premium Global Limited, that he claimed he worked for till 2020, but then that means 2 years after he became member of parliament, 3 years after he became member of parliament, he was still working with Edward Seaga company. But then when we look at the taxi service and the Sunshine mobile service, he still was making profits from those companies. But yet, according to the Integrity Commission affidavit, there was no accounting from 1998 to 2005. No
Exactly.
no record keeping. This is prison time in America. Honestly, America don't play when it comes to these Ponzi schemes. Look at what's his name, Bernie Madoff. That he's doing many years now in prison as a result of his Ponzi scheme. Martha Stewart was served about 9 months for insider trading, knowing that stocks was going to fail and pull money out of the market, all these things. So when we see these practices in Jamaica, it requires regulations to close all of these loopholes. The next thing is that no member of government should be conducting business while serving the people. And these laws need to be passed. These laws need to be enforced. David, the Prime Minister Barabbas, in the Bible, Barabbas was a notorious criminal, notorious thief, and a robber that stole, put in prison, put on trial before Pontius Pilate. The general was part of Cash Plus Church. And the church in Jamaica lost a lot of money into Prime Minister, who's a Seventh-day Adventist in 06, but yet it's cash operated. Ludicrous, man. Listen, this is a money laundering classic 101 into these Ponzi scheme, but you're getting US dollars in return. Something is not clicking in my brain, man. Listen, there's some kind of illicit activity that was happening during this period of time, besides all of these Ponzi schemes that was enriching the Prime Minister. And I think the investigators from the international investigator have their hands on it. And that's why they're not releasing that part of the investigation. The Jamaica Labour Party is known for drug trafficking and money laundering and gun trafficking. So they were making money, other source of means of money in some other way that is not being recorded in the documents we're reading. Where in get all of these millions of US dollars from in these accounts? When you operate in a business, a taxi service in Jamaica is going to give you cash in Jamaica. A car service of selling cars in Jamaica is going to give you cash in Jamaican dollars. A Ponzi scheme, Cash Plus, everybody that played it got money give money in Jamaican currency and got money back in Jamaican currency. What type of business the Prime Minister was in? That have my mind boggling. That makes him getting paid out in US dollars. Where did this money come from? Was it coming from Central America, Guatemala? Where affidavit, how we read it chronologically, from 1998 till now, put chronologically to the Jamaican people and let us know where you get all of them US money from. That me concerned about, the US money me concerned about, because I know the American SWIFT system, anything wire transfer over 10,000 automatically I go hit the US SWIFT system. So what is the justification when the US contact the banking system in Jamaica to say what was the source of this funding? Why is this amount transfer? What is it used for? And it's in millions of US. Go back and you just search, Sir Byron, millions of dollars in US funds. Same thing in SSL. So something is not adding up with the crimes, financial crimes of this Prime Minister. There's a lot of illicit things that are happening behind the scenes and I guarantee you it's in that International Forensic Financial Auditors report that the IC is holding dear to their heart. Because as I said before, this Prime Minister is going to be the first Prime Minister in the history of Jamaica to go to prison when he leaves office. This is why I fight so hard to stay in office. This is why Desmond McKenzie, who's a criminal, so that them can turn over Jamaica to the PMP. Them not want Jamaica. I tell them that right now. Them born and come to Jamaica just like we and you. And them are going to go prison and leave Jamaica the way it is. And the People's National Party is going to come in and rescue Jamaica. So right now, there's a lot of questions I got through my head as someone that do budgets and crunch numbers, and I'm like, and I'm reading and I'm going along with you, and I have the document myself and I'm reading it, but there's a lot of questions that is unanswered. The Prime Minister should be ashamed of himself for a person that came into government in 1997 that his wife said they couldn't even afford to have a wedding. Them couldn't even afford for bringing the people what them did want. Them choose at least them narrow down them list of 50 people. That's how broke they were. Them have to do fish fry and get people from the community to donate. And I think she was honest. I don't like her. She's a criminal, but I think she was honest. And that right there is a pivotal moment to show that the Prime Minister in 1997 was broke as a church mouse. And then 2 years later, 1998 into 1999, him start get rich. And then the schemes continue. So listen, the Prime Minister is in a quicksand of corruption, and he must sing fast tonight. But him need for, before him got to prison, him need for make the Jamaican people, because history is gonna judge him very harshly as the first Prime Minister. This criminal Prime Minister has robbed at least 2 to 3 generations of Jamaicans. All our own labor right are run on and talk about shower labor right and glorify crimes. Because the word shower come from the shower posse, and the CIA unclassified documents say that. So every time them say shower labor right, glorify crimes and violence. That's what they're doing. So all I know are going on and talk about shower labor right. Listen, the Prime Minister has robbed your future and your children's future and your grandchildren's future. And so only need now to go to the polls and hold him accountable. The people in a film constituency over in a West St. Andrew need for vote him out of office. Him no need for them on the ballot, period. Nobody in a bad mind, criminal. We are decent, upright citizens who love Jesus. And we not bad mind criminals. Criminals are a menace to society. Criminals should be put in prison to due process to the judiciary. We're not calling for nobody get unalive. That's not the way God wants this thing to be. That's why we have a judiciary. And we have to applaud the judiciary in Jamaica for holding the fort, because it's the judiciary that rejected his claim of striking down some scandalous foolishness when him know him guilty. The Prime Minister have no conscience whatsoever. The man is guilty from 1998, coming into politics in 1997. From them time, them are the whole heap of criminality financially and deceive the people. And him run for Prime Minister to continue it in 2016. And now I ask for a third term for build more wealth. When him talk about prosperity, it was not for only regular Jamaicans, it was for him and him cronies them. I can't tell you that. The Prime Minister is a multi-billionaire who get his riches in unlawful means of money laundering and schemes and Ponzi schemes and scams. The Prime Minister need to lose every last asset to him own, because his lawful income did not give it to him. The Prime Minister stole from the Jamaican people. And we're going to any government means up socialist and Michael Manley Heights. I'm going to vex if the People's National Party don't hold him accountable. I'm going to vex if the United States government don't hold this Prime Minister accountable. The man robbed Jamaica. Come on, we're opening our eyes. The country's in a recession right now because of corruption. Jamaica's fall 4 points from 44 to 40 on the World Corruption Perception Index of countries that are the most corrupt in the world. He's brought Jamaica into disrepute. We don't understand the damage what this Prime Minister have done to Jamaica globally and internationally. No foreign investor now come to Jamaica, come do an investment with them kind of revelation. Yeah. These things have gone worldwide. We can't keep it in Jamaica alone. And if we don't have foreign investor, how we going to build a country? We need partnership around the world. We can plant and export and manufacture, but if we don't have a market to operate in, to send it overseas and have investors coming back and doing business in Jamaica, well, economy now, it's going to be stagnant at 1% every year or less. People, at time for put the Jamaica Labour Party, last point, out of commission. Them rob enough, them thief enough, them steal enough, them take away enough, them chop enough, whichever descriptive adjective we want to use. This affidavit is a couple nail, when nail the Prime Minister to the cross. It was like the two teeth for the devil between Jesus. The Prime Minister is a thief. I've never respected him. I'll always respect the office of the Prime Minister, but I'll never respect this criminal. And from last year, we say him is a criminal. I know if you as a pastor, cool it down, man. You're going too bad. When I read the IC report, Sir Melton Pot, Sir Byron, Sir Anne-Marie, and Lady Pinks, and everyone in the chat, when I read the IC report, it confirmed everything what we did talk about. The Prime Minister is involved in money laundering, racketeering, tax evasion, investment fraud with Beretta. Him steal 34 million from charity, US funds, and buy stocks with it and on a fee money. These things are breaches of even America laws. And then him abusing power. Use the power of the office of the Prime Minister to destroy our beautiful country. Today is Emancipation Day. Our national heroes are spinning at them grave. Because on this, them fight for the liberator from colonialism. And this Prime Minister have a nerve for no one to resign. Yo, on a call the election right now, man. I could just get this over and get rid of him once and for all. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Thank you very much, Pastor Ricky, for that. I just want to summarize a bit here.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Pastor Ricky asked a question where in Jamaica he could get US dollars. Remember, the US dollar is the international trade dollar in most countries across the world. And in Jamaica, you can go to any bank or any exchange outlet, Cambios, and once you have your Jamaican dollar equivalent, you can buy Jamaican dollars. It's not hard to find US dollars here. And most people use the $1 for locally and the $5 locally in exchange. In every shop you find, taxi driver. People use the local US dollars locally to do anything, pay taxi fares, shops. You'll find US dollars almost everywhere on the street, just equal to our Jamaican dollars here.
Yeah. Okay.
And he made a comment about the Auditor General report, international one. Andrew has a copy of it. His lawyer requested a copy of it, and he has a copy of it because they were trying to make their case.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. All right. One of the things that stand out for me, right, is, a big surprise as it relates to Andrew Holness' involvement in Ponzi scheme. And the level of involvement as it relates to the level of awareness that Andrew Holness knew very well that these were a Ponzi scheme and knew very well that the persons who have been targeted, right, are innocent Jamaicans, right? So when you have a Prime Minister, right, is operating in terms of, I would say, such irony, right, that the Prime Minister is talking about, dealing with crime and curb crime, and it is the Prime Minister who is committing crime.
Right.
This being said, simply means that the Prime Minister seems to be applying what we call an animal farm syndrome, And obviously, Andrew Holness would have been Napoleon the Pig. Right? Now, having said that, right, it's really very, very serious. Very, very serious that Andrew Holness openly and blatantly participate in the corruption.
Yep.
Now, me as an investigator, right, when we are investigating, right, we use the probative, right, means of, what happened, when it happened, where it happened, why it happened, and how it happened. And the question that we have, right, to understand that Andrew Holness done this premeditatedly, I want to show people why Andrew Holness done this premeditated. Andrew Holness did not just refuse from not signing the code of conduct. Andrew Holness did not sign the code of conduct because of a particular reason.
Him know him the dirty.
Andrew Holness knew very well that he has been investigated.
Yeah.
Going way back to 1998. Andrew Holness carry off his sting of pilfering, money laundering during the Bruce Golding government. So when you see the date, you realize that the years in terms of how Andrew Holness deal with his thing between 2007, 2009, Bruce Golding. That was Bruce Golding government. That was Bruce Golding government.
Right.
So Andrew Holness, this tells me that Andrew Holness now was praying for an opportunity, dying for an opportunity to hold on to power. Because that was in Andrew Holness' mind from day one. So what happened when Andrew Holness won in 2016? Andrew Holness now would have already prepared himself not to sign the code of conduct. Andrew Holness would have been touting this before him even win the election. Andrew Holness geared, set his mind to do this. The second move that Andrew Holness made that confirmed that Andrew Holness carried out this premeditatedly was to attack the Integrity Commission investigators utilizing Section 53, subsection 3, to muzzle the commission under the pretext that investigation need to be done and avoid from, any form of wrong accusation. That was the pretext Andrew Holness had done. And Andrew Holness make, somewhat good argument as it relates to, okay, if you are investigating someone and at the end of it, the judge may find the person not guilty, how do you fix back that damage that done to the person? Andrew Holness used that pretext because there's an argument that can be made that if you charge someone and that person found not guilty, then of course the person would have suffered, right, some character damage. So Andrew Holness used that. Andrew Holness totally, cleverly. That's why Andrew Holness, when he said he doesn't play draft, he played chess. Now you understand why Andrew Holness speaks the way he speaks. And Andrew Holness telling you how calculated he is. What Andrew Holness is saying that when he said, I don't play draft, I play chess. Andrew Holness is saying, my move is not immediate. My move is not something that you can read within a day or a week. My move has been calculated for years. So when I'm executing that, you can't read me. That is what Andrew Holness is saying to Jamaica. he doesn't play draft. He plays chess. Because you have to have a high level of thinking and think in an advanced way. So now when you look at it, you realize that, oh, all of this that Andrew Holness was doing. Andrew Holness, again, in a very skillful way, the wrongs that he has done and the JLP has done, right? He converted to the People's National Party. So then he created a firestorm, appeasing his base because he blindfolded them, tricked them. And so then you can't tell even some of them that are under the poison. So when Andrew Holness said, don't vote for the People's National Party, because when the People's National Party win, they will throw poison on you. Master chess player. Andrew Holness knew very well that he was the one who is going to distribute the poison. And he had done it in a very clever way. Now, this is the reason why Andrew Holness fight vigorously not to have this information out.
Yep.
Because now in this information, Andrew Holness is going to realize, Andrew Holness know that he lose the general election because of this. Because Andrew Holness knows now that the people of this in the public, they now can read him properly.
Exactly.
His chess game is over. Andrew Holness' chess game is over. So then Andrew Holness can't go in the street again and speak to anyone.
And put on
because people calculated the lie. People can say, okay, all right, you are promising Jupiter to come to Earth so that Earth can get bigger because two planets join as one, and so then we will have a bigger economy and everyone will feel good and everyone will all right, and that is prosperity. Andrew Holness cannot promise that anymore.
Right.
Because what people is going to relate to, people is going to relate that, okay, all right, your 100 days promise as it relates to impeachment, as it relates to several things that you have promised in the 100 days, did not work, sir. Did not work. You promised that you will bring big energy company comes in, right, to bring down the cost of electricity because he knows that electricity, the cost of electricity is the problem. The people are going to say, we know that you did not bring in any big energy sector. As a matter of fact, when he was saying that, he knows that JPS as a monopoly. People, Andrew Holness knows that when he was promising that, he can't do that because JPS.
Yes.
Right, and they have 19% shares in JPS.
Minority share.
But then he knows do that. But again, here he is. But it's stopped now because this situation comes out.
Yeah.
Andrew Holness fight vigorously not to get it out.
Yeah.
But what we are seeing is sickening to the stomach of.
Yeah, man.
And what the investors, what Andrew Holness realize now, that the investors are the investors that lose their money in Jamaica just now made aware that Andrew Holness is the person who robbed them.
Yeah.
All investors, from Cash Trust to Orient to SSL, now realize that, oh my God, it's the Prime Minister who involved in Cash Plus, the Prime Minister involved in Orient, the Prime Minister involved in SSL, the Prime Minister of billions of our dollars to his personal use, illicit enrichment that the Prime Minister cannot explain. How Big Mama is going to spin it, I am yet listening to hear how Big Mama is going to spin this.
You
How
might come.
George Davis
Yeah.
is going to spin it. I am yet to hear how George Davis is going to spin this. Because at the end of the day, the investors know very well now that Andrew Holness is King Chopper King.
Criminal.
Right? King Chopper. And you know, we're not take back that because we have the facts to back that. Andrew Holness is what? King Chopper.
Yeah.
Right? And it is what it is. To all of those who would spin it on social media, them can't spin the one.
Nah.
This cannot be spun because a lot of them who were defending Andrew Holness never knew that Andrew Holness was in Cash Plus. Never knew that Andrew Holness. You know what? Never knew that Andrew. I mean, come on, my brother. I was shocked because I think where it stopped was Andrew Holness was awarding contract, putting their contract money there in a ADMAT. You understand? But it goes further than that. Because what it seems in terms of what Andrew Holness done in terms of, you know, me looking at the whole thing is that how he started out by awarding illegal awarding of contract. The money that he accumulated from the illegal awarding of contract, what Andrew Holness done with those money was to shoot them into the Ponzi scheme. Shoot them into Cash Plus, shoot them into Holness, shoot all of that money. So it is converting the criminal source of the money, you understand, through the illegal awarding of contracts, put it in Cash Plus, put it in Holness.
Now is the time now we need to pressure them to release the crawl report because we paid for it and it will be interesting to see what the crawl reporters have reported. So we need to now demand it.
The interesting thing what the people need to know is that if you notice, Cash Plus, where did they find refuge? In NCB.
Yeah.
Holness, where did they find refuge? NCB. SFL, where did they find refuge? NCB.
Yeah.
Who and Andrew Holness a friend? Who and Andrew Holness a friend?
Michael Leachin.
Who bring 5 and 4 to Andrew Holness?
Michael Leachin.
Okay.
Who got Israel with it?
And Uncle Byron, do not forget, Byron, do not forget that it's only NCB banks were robbed by their friends security company. When he was they were carrying the money in paper vehicles.
Yes. All right, let me take hold on there.
On the money with that NCB, everybody closing our accounting on that criminal organization, money laundering.
All right, let me take Sister Pat call because we are opening the line now for phone call. So people line up on yourself for call us, you know. Talk to us, make we interact tonight, man. We're there in the space. Sister Pat, go on with you know. Good night, my lady.
Give me a second. Good night.
Yes, good night, Sister Pat.
We turn on TV. All right. I want Jamaican people. First thing, good night to everybody. Happy Emancipation Day.
Blessings, Mr.
And God is good.
Good night. Good night.
All the time.
All the time.
You remember when Andrew Holness was opposition leader? And Mr. Hassan met some little stars, some little people. And he said it was a dark day. All Jamaicans should hold them head in, bow their head in shame.
My God.
Remember that?
Yes.
Because it's a black cloud or something like that going to Jamaica.
Dark
I want
cloud.
to ask President Charles, what would you do? President Charles, Horace Chanks, Hockley Desmond, Mackenzie, Babsy Grange.
Babsy Grange, yes.
And what happened to Jamaica now? If it dark, it's black.
Fully clip.
Huh?
Fully clips.
Black Friday.
Right? No, as a Jamaican, I am so ashamed. But I can tell Andrew Holness, and he should know. Say, in can, no matter how high he go, he might get exposed. I want to tell Uno gentleman and lady, God bless you. And Andrew, one song me have for you. So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow.
Hallelujah.
So long, bye-bye.
Hallelujah.
So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow.
All right.
So long, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So long. Bye-bye.
That they disrespect the youth. Huh? You brought wrong people house. You tell me somebody have can't see if you can't pick me. We no thiefless, left, we no thief right, we no discriminate we no angry we, what left? But it's your time come here now. Time come. So the higher the monkey climb and the more exposed. Imagine today is the Emancipation Day. And all I have been searching the internet, I can't see a message from my Prime Minister on an Emancipation Day. Anybody seen put out a message? Because we are used to message it from opposition leader, Prime Minister, and people upscale. Okay? And you look again, you broke record, you obstruct traffic. We hand out pamphlet and flyers. What a disgrace. Judge Davis, Cliff Hughes, Emily Fields. How you feel? How you feel? How you look for who now? When you hide this mind of corruption. I'm going to tell you something. You see, when you backbencher, Labour, when you backbencher MP, I make a good advice. I would take with myself because how long we are going. You know, I force to madam I sit there one year, you know. I force to know. Who no backbench, I force to know. Darrell might I know. Strong, Desmond Mackenzie, Bartlett, and good I know. But them Crystal Lee, Terrence, and Morris, them backbencher, who don't know nothing. Who don't put them out, shower labor right. And Andrew is the best Prime Minister. See the best Prime Minister, you know. From 1944, under human suffrage. You ever seen any Prime Minister at both sides that do these things? Eh? You no shame. You have any shame. And you only use like a dog, your vomit, and your water. And the people them are picking them when you kill. You, when I say you kill, I don't know you. I don't say you literally pull it the trigger. But the laws where you pass, but the security force and only security officers. I mean both JCF and JDF. You see use and those how use you see you make Andrew use to kill one family member, community friend want to go to school with. I'm not saying if a boy feel like him bad, rise up with a police or soldier, you have to take him out. But then they killing them when you do, you Sterling, when you put pan his solar, and then boy, man tap look body, not turn Jamaica people, young people in a body. Police when it man in out in a house and when a girl cry and say like I say, John, come out now. And you police officers say the whole family member, the whole community.
Sister,
We are here to support you. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. And we have we back to support you. Do the right thing. Let the Constitution talk. No one is above the law. Nobody. May I beg you, sir. We have beg you. No friendship out there with nobody. We have beg you. This is a disgrace to every Jamaican. The living and the dead, the one that belly when a born and the one that we are going to conceive tonight. It is a disgrace, man, little jam rock, the gem of the Caribbean. To see a prime minister about 1972 come bring down a country like this. So everywhere Jamaican go now, let's look, let me have, we have already, but this worse. And uno in the upper landscape society, I want to feel now. I want to feel they are back criminal. Uno little hungry people like myself. When you work at Jamaica 9 to 5, you're hungry. Hungry because we know we cut and dice. We're hungry. You know what long me and you still, and I can't buy. And if me buy, I 1 week salary I go buy, and this is no buy.
My God.
Imagine that. Right? I wanna run back at them. Me say me I come from work. This girl come give me pamphlet. Me tell you go push you way up on that place. Me create history. Blinking rank, I come you pamphlet. One pamphlet, me read Bible. Out hard and see it. And when you no cuss me stick them, I'm not to accept me stick them and Jeffrey them and Ratty got them. I bring down Brand Jamaica. Who bring down Brand Jamaica now? Who bring down Brand Jamaica? The Prime Minister criminal for over 20 a year. Run people, some of them dead gone. And we don't know what type of things are. And I don't do it. Things are coming. I'm sure God said, that's why it's a Pastor Ricky. We go in a church and we go to church and so and so. But you know, young people, you know, understand. But we can't tell you no. You see, from start listening to you know, and start gravitate to civics and knowledge. I wish if God could turn back then at time, give me maybe 20 years younger. I would be next land for this country.
Praise God.
Let me tell you. These people are, you want to give us away there. Because the man a lot away there. One of them come around.
You down about the music.
Anyone when me and Nelson, where foot lead? Where you there? One of them now.
Idi Amin.
The one when him, Kevin O'Brien Chow, Nadine Spence, we went well, you know. We know. Because we gone down that issue for the wrong side. Because we never defend the Jamaican poor people. We will defend a criminal. So we are a criminal too. When Mark Walden become a prime minister, we can't tell ourselves, we not no upper, no big job where people are put on a car, no honorable and this and that. No way. We don't want to do no permanent secretary. We don't want to do no way in the House of Parliament. No head of state or nothing. No, we don't want to know. And we have a personal message to Marky G and the PMP. Heads of government. Stop. Give nationwide no interview, no matter what it costs. no go on the station, no give them no interview.
Agreed.
Amen.
When you put out it, then listen. We are begging, do not give them no interview. Right? And the man, when he comes from the doctor man, you're a wicked. After Mr. Dance, the doctor Dance put out, you come and go like that. We happen up, we know, and we are good on in history. And gentlemen and ladies, I thank you again. On behalf of the Jamaican people, we're willing to learn and understand our constitution and get to know where we are going forward and know what is right from what is wrong. Thank you. Mystic Door, melting pot, no hours and night, no, you wake up yourself, Pastor Ricky and Ratigan and everybody. I'm going to tell you something. Since we've been listening on the Ratigan, my son has passed civics 100% with credit.
Congratulations.
Exam.
Congratulations for that.
Because he learned the civics and he know it and he get 100 credit. But thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And just a few weeks in the car, domestic as a mistake.
Yeah.
It's over.
All right.
New shoes.
Remember me tell you. That's it.
Hey, Sister Pat, Sister Pat, see you on the jury pool of the Prime Minister. Me and you are going to sit down on the jury.
1,000 years.
1,000 years.
Every person was like in a element, cash plus, SSL, and the greatest thing when you want. Now don't go for sending my prison. You want that, don't go for sending my prison. One seize him asset, sell it, and put back the money in his coffers so that we can get a good hospital, good road, good education system.
Amen.
And help poor people with work. Me not talk about people who lazy. Imagine gentlemen on the look. No Jamaican, no matter migrate, but no ban no down here. We Jamaican people are hard working people. When this man got out, what him have got? Yo, I'm doing is wicked now. Him have got invest, him have got get foreign people to go and do work at Jamaica when he know pay people. Oh God, and Holness, the cry of the people is up on you. Andrew, you're wicked. Andrew, you're a murderer. God, no want to see it and no want to see that person. God, fuck you, Gary. See it and I run from you. You're wicked. The Jamaican people too much. Rather than young dude before you call me youth. And I say, guess what? This is the way we all go. We? Oh my God. We are looking at hospital, what? We're fall in hospital. And you want to know no heart? I want to ask a question, Mystic. Come help me, because let me no good. Is Andrew Holness not a family? Like no mother, no sister, no cousin, no brother, no granduncle, no beneficiary. He's a young man. What you are doing is wrong. The man just take Jamaica like him daddy dead left it to him. So he do anything you want to do, anytime, anyhow. And nobody knows to talk to him. And he have been mongrel them. Not even mongrel, because mongrel are best dog in the world. I don't little crabs like them. Dr. Hunter Holness. Right Honorable Dr. Hunter Holness. And all them I tell you, oh, you get your money. Enough you got Jamaica from St. James. When they lock up extradite, people call it illicit enrichment, they have care on there and it can't be afforded. And who is you? What different with you? You so privileged to be a prime minister and to me understand about civics.
All right. Sister P, we have another caller we want to engage.
If
so
you couldn't be a prime minister at 21%.
Exactly. All right, blessing to stop.
Blessings.
All right, the caller who tried to call earlier, you can call back. Or are you going to engage your call? Okay. All right. So remember, not the number is running across the screen, right? Okay. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Emancipation Day.
Hey, how you doing?
Emancipation Night, the best one of all.
Blessings, blessings, sister.
Blessings, blessings.
Big up everybody. Big up everybody.
Yes.
Yeah,
No. Him follow the rhythm and take himself. Him follow the rhythm and take himself. Yes, my sister.
Sister, and the people in the chat, there is hope.
Yes.
With this ruling, there is hope for Jamaica. Believe you me, when I read it myself, tears roll out my eyes. I said, Lord, thank you. I feel so happy for the ruling. I thank the judge. Judge, you might not be hearing me, but I thank you because I believe in God. That God will come true. Brother,
Yes,
one door kick down.
All right.
One door kick down. So we can go through now and kick the rest of them down to get to Joe. Because Joe must be accountable. He must not get away at no cost. For what he has done to our country, Jamaica, he has brought it down internationally. I'm talking about people destroying the brand. Who destroy the brand now? Me want to know who. And you come answer your questions. You keep quiet, and you know why you keep quiet. That's why you never want to protect the airstrips on the border in Jamaica, because you know what coming there. You know what coming through for you.
There you go.
A long time you go on with it. You are being watched. You are being watched, sir. I'm proud of you. Why can't you declare how you get to your assets and how you become here? Why? If people don't know why by now, of course we know. So, what is fierce and dry? You come in like them fierce posts. Where we just pretty by yourself. Serious. Take you in and look at you, and I could see the devil standing in your face. You have no heart. You're an evil, wicked, selfish man. I saw you born out of your mother's womb. A wicked person, evil, unsympathetic. What do you talk country and the people? See people that you try to bring down onto this try make you suffer what? You're a user. You are a user. The people that are around there, you about them in church and listen to you and you talk more like right before. You didn't even have anything to say to the people and your Holness. You didn't even spend 20 minutes because you got nothing to say. Because you know what you was doing, but you never knew this day was coming. You bring children into this. What are you saying now? What are your children saying? You're not even talking about your life. Don't even know how to keep our body perfect on ourselves. And God takes to love. First lady, where? Oh no. Me don't want the type of people to lead me. And I want to say, when you're in a house of parliament and make rules for people, who govern people like for the way with a reckless self. Eh? Tree. Too closer. You know, dignity, no pride, no nothing more. you. Take what yourself, man. You were sent to Africa because you know you was losing. You better go back and hold them and go take back your money. So any free meals now, whatever the coach in the morning and the blood sacrifice. Yes, you're doing it. Yes, you're doing it. Now will work. Because we say the blood of Jesus.
Amen. It's
It
against you.
does everything. It heals. It sanctifies. Cover. It delivers. Does more. So the blood coverage we're dealing with. We're going to keep down every barrier you put up. And you must come off of the ballot. You must, whether the Lord did it or no, no, there's nothing in the Constitution to say you're not to run on the ballot. Using that. So you're still running for office. The one is one barrel of, some barrel when you take out the mackerel it's a black up. So the one on the barrel. None of it to make any sense on that side. None of you to call out wrong. You see the Buffett one? She come talk about money not to for education because she failed. The Proverbs one, when she did a minister of education, she lied when she minister of education, she come back, she called it when she a finance minister. For all for what? Bring up for you? No, sir. What? You see all of the raise them on again. You better roll back that thing up, sir. Roll it back in. Roll it back. That's why I talk about Marky G, decent Marky G, that they want. Oh, you say they don't pay one Marky G.
Okay. The audio is a bit bad from your. I'm not sure if it's from your end. So we're gonna give another caller a chance, and you call back anything, because they're saying it's cutting in and out. They're not hearing you clearly. It's not us. It's the audience.
They are saying that they're not hearing you.
Mm-hmm. All right, call back and hang up and call back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Hello.
Good night.
Good night.
Yes, good night.
Yes. First time calling on your show, what I've always been watching.
All right, thank you very much to following us. Appreciate that for the support.
Yes. What I want to talk about is the fact that teachers like myself have suffered greatly under this government. And this has never happened to us before. We have faced many hardships. There are times when we had to go through burdens of for a pay being on a standstill. We still suffered through, but it has never been this difficult ever. So I'm saying that what he's facing now, nobody should be sorry for it. It's payback time, because God sees the tears of the teachers, the nurses, the policemen, all the government workers in Jamaica, and it's payback time. There's never a night I go to I pray. I'm telling you, as Pastor Ricky has always said, Jamaica is a prayerful nation. We are persons who pray, we believe in God. So I'm not surprised this is happening. And guess what? There's more to come.
Yes.
And yes, Mr. Misty, there's more to come under this government. And I'm telling you, a lot of teachers, my colleagues have left. And, everybody talk about USAB, like a bit of course it's not. A lot of teachers are suffering still, having to split up from their families, having, some even, broke up in their marriages because they had to be away, left their children, their husbands, all sorts of things, and the teachers. I'm speaking out on behalf of all the teachers in Jamaica. It is not nice. It is not. At this point, we are suffering, some of us, and the fact that even more and more talking about teachers are really having a grand time here now. We are on the debts. We owe debts up to our neck. We are barely surviving. You understand what I'm saying? We're barely surviving, and we need a change. So I'm speaking on behalf of the teachers in Jamaica. We need this government to go. We need a better life. I don't own a house. I stay in a ghetto. It is bad, and I've been teaching over 23 years. I'm sick and tired of this government. I'm telling you this. No course, and we have never been. That's just what I want. So there's more in my belly, but I'm telling you, I'm just sick and tired of this man. I want him to go. I want a better Jamaica for myself and for my children and for my other colleagues.
Whoa, mighty God. Well, I feel your burden, my sister. Right? And here it is, that the reality hit home, where you have a prime minister who decided to take 200 and 300% raise, right, for him and his kleptocratic government, but treat, right, our civil society in a very distinct way, right? Now,
Yes, sir.
many of our teachers, as it relates to, right, leaving, and as what this teacher is saying, 23 years in the service, right? 23 years in the service and suffering and still don't own a home, right? And only being paid, right, a good salary. None of our teachers, right, as it relates to, our line teachers, right, getting a livable wage. And this prime minister, right, not only give himself 200 and 300% raise, but found himself into a Ponzi scheme, a Caesar Ponzi scheme, physically robbing investors. We can't get it any wicked than this. Well, the teacher is saying tonight, and the teacher is speaking on behalf of our teachers, that time come, they want to see the back of you, right, because they are suffering, and the Jamaican children are suffering as a result of our wonderful teachers. Some of our wonderful teachers have to pack up and go overseas, losing our good teachers to a kleptocratic government. You just imagine what the teachers are facing. And then you have a Darrell Vaz under the pretext, you understand, that you want to heed absenteeism, creating opportunity to rob the treasury, right? Buying old buses, decommissioned buses. The level of wickedness is unimaginable. But you hear it from the teachers tonight, speaking on behalf of several teachers, saying time come, right? And this is a retribution, of course, right, to you and Holness. And as the teacher said, much more left to come. It's a shame and disgrace. Never in the history of the Caribbean, so to speak, that you have any prime minister involved in Ponzi scheme, premeditatedly, calculatedly, robbing the Jamaican investors, mashing up our economy. Let me ask Andrew something. When you rob those investors, the billions of dollars that you rob them, how do you expect the economy to strive? And then you and your trickery and your poison, right, with your extended evil, your extended arm, reach the PIOJ president, and the PIOJ president come out and talk about poverty reduced from 18% to 9% on a wicked plus stuff.
That's not true. Even today, Mr. Byron, I'm telling you, I went with my husband downtown for sometimes to relieve his mind because of the stress.
Mighty
He
God.
was fishing downtown, and I saw a family when we were about to leave, about 6 o'clock, there about a family coming into the side of the bush under a little cloth that they hung there. They were living right there beside the fire department downtown. That's where the man and the woman and a little child lived. I had to ask my husband, I said, my God, that's where they live. And a fireman came out and said, yes, Smith, that's where they live. There are people who are not living anywhere. They live under trees. When night come, they go there. They're just hustling the days, and that's where they live. There are many people in Jamaica who are suffering. And this money has gotten 300% increase and still stealing from the people. There are many people. None of us believe what he says about poverty rate going down. That is not true at all. Children come to school, the same teachers who are not being paid properly. We take money out of our pockets so that a child can have lunch.
Wow.
That is what is happening with the school, sir.
I'm aggrieved.
No, this has sink the tears in my eye. I tell you, boy, I tell you, no, listen me. And trust me, just hearing from the teacher, giving the experiences, speaking on behalf of other teachers, what they are going through, right? Just imagine as a teacher, let me try to put it up there. And you're waiting on the month stipend because of salary they get. Stipend. And before them get it in them hand, right? It done. And one of the wickedest thing, I saw Juliet Holness. On the campaign trail, tricking the people, telling the people, remember in PNP time, the minimum wage was $6,000. What we had given you, $15,000. What Juliet Holness is not telling the people, that the $6,000 in Portia Simpson time did have strong purchasing power. And the $6,000 could have purchased several items over what the $15,000 or $16,000 can purchase now. Juliet Holness is now telling the people on the campaign trail. You understand? But let me say this to you, Juliet. Time come. Because we see how Andrew Holness wrap you up, you understand, with the love of corruption, giving you millions of dollars, right? Out of the corruption money. So you can't say you're not involved in it. Can't say you're not involved. And trust me, you understand, we are talking about the accountant who shape certain things for Andrew Holness, right? So then, if it is not Dennis Chung, remember Juliet Holness, you're an accountant. May I wonder for you too? Because if it is you or Dennis Chung, Bangarang for anyone of you, straight prison, we are telling that. Now,
I'm going back into class, but
thank you, my sister.
Justice for teachers. That's all I want to say. Justice for teachers.
Justice for teachers.
Blessings, yes. We'll pray.
I'm going back into class.
Blessings, my sister.
Wow.
Right? It's pain to know that you understand the teachers, right, are suffering like this. And the thing is why I am so upset. All the faculties, Pinks, Melting Pot, and Pastor Ricky, come through the teachers.
Yeah.
With all the professions.
Everything begin with
I'm gonna make it easier. All the teachers are the backbone of any economy.
Everything begins.
The teachers have to teach and develop. You understand that particular skill set? You think the pilot could have been a pilot without the teacher? You think the doctor could have been a doctor without the teacher? You think the nurses could have been nurses without the teacher? You think the politicians, the member of parliament, could be the member of parliament without the teachers?
But Sir Byron, you
Yes.
know, the
I
thing
have a point. I have a
Father Lord,
point.
you
I
know,
have a point to make.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, Carter.
Yes, yes, sir. Good night to the panel, everybody, and the panel there right now. I'm not gonna be long.
Okay.
The only thing I say, based on what is going on there now, I think this is the right time for everybody to come together, and so that this guy is not on the ballot. This guy letting down Jamaica in a lot of ways. He's not supposed to be on the ballot. So there should be a way where Mark Golding and the rest of PMP and everybody in Jamaica should know that this is the time when everybody should come together and make certain that this boy is not on the ballot. He's a criminal.
Plain and straight.
I'm in class, but I just gonna make my point. There's no way they say Seaga did bad and Bruce Golding was bad. This is the worst in the history of Jamaica.
Agreed.
This guy have to go. This guy have to go.
Mighty
so
God.
I'm gonna listen to you guys. But if I didn't have Mark Golding number, I would get in touch with him and say, you have to find some way, get in touch with some international people and let them come and investigate this matter. This can't put down like this. This have to go somewhere. This guy is wicked, cruel. So I'm in the class listening to you guys. So
bless him.
That's my little topic.
All right.
He have to go, man.
Bless
he
him.
have to go. Somewhere or the other, he have to go. He's not supposed to be on the next election coming up by now on the latest September. He's not supposed to be on the ballot. And I want everybody to come together. All Jamaican come together and get him out of it. He's a criminal.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Bless up yourself, my brother.
So true.
So
okay,
true.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
that's it.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Sister Pinks. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When I heard the teacher, tears come to my eyes, and
Yes.
and everything that she's saying is so true because I have many friends who are teachers,
Yes.
and they're going through the similar thing. Like, as she said, it's not just the teachers alone; it's the firemen, it's the nurses, it's everybody who is a civil servant going through that. And the worst thing about it, is that when you look at some of the parliament, the 49 members on that side and their qualifications, people
Jesus.
like Action and the one down in Westmoreland who only go to parliament and say, present. And when you look at the other one, like the other one, the others over there, like Desmond McKenzie, who has never received a CXC certificate in their life. And this teacher and all teachers, they have their CXCs, they went to college, some of them have their degrees and went on further, and they're earning less, far less than these 49 pirates over there. And sometimes their pay is late. Sometimes, one time Nigel said, one Christmas they could not get their pay. One Christmas because of Niger claiming that some miscalculation in the algorithm of the software. That was his excuse.
The algorithm don't make you run left Jamaica.
Thank you very much. So our teachers are being treated badly, not to mention Desmond came a couple of weeks ago and called our taxi drivers evil. Taxi men. Remember this. Remember this day. And remember where to vote. I yield the floor.
All right. Thank you. I mean, it is a burning issue. Yes, Pastor Ricky, you have anything to say about the teacher?
Yeah, what I was saying is that the clip Father Lonesome play last night. Big up yourself, Father Lonesome, the Godfather. The clip Father Lonesome play last night with the Prime Minister's wife, the speaker. She emphasized in her interview the significance and the importance of her mother ensuring that she had a good education because education was critical. And she said her husband felt the same way too. So you have a prime minister and his wife who see the value and the benefits of how they have changed their life because of the education that they have received. But yet they have not built not one school in Jamaica, no primary school, no basic school, no junior high school, no high school, no colleges, no university. It's like, and the way they treat the teachers, everything begins at education. From the inception when we were fetus in our mother's womb, and the mother talk to the baby in our belly, the father talk to the baby in our wife belly, and the baby born and I learned ABC, mommy, daddy, 1, 2, 3. Everything begins at education. From the basic school teacher, the daycare teacher, to primary school teacher. And yet this government has no vision to educate. And we know slavery, last point, doing slavery, they never want the slaves to learn to be educated, to learn to read or write. So the slave had to sing the Negro spiritual songs to communicate, so they wouldn't know they were learning to talk and communicate and teach and read. And so because they kept education from slave, so they can rule over them and they wouldn't know right, how to read and navigate to escape. So this government has denied another generation education in Jamaica. So when them come out and lie and speak misinformation and disinformation and criminal, corrupt big mama, them spew false and fake news, them ring and shout bell at it and they even know so they're being deceived. It's a wicked government, man. It breaks my heart to hear the teacher. And I know a couple of teachers in Jamaica, them not get paid. It's sad. Teachers should be treated with the highest respect. We had a failed education minister, Fiabal, had no policy, no vision for teacher. And then you have this idiot, Dora, the explorer, who don't even know what she's doing. She just yab, 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 and make words that sounds good. While the curriculum, Damien says, extended the teaching day for another hour or two. To me, it makes sense because primary school should prepare you for junior high school, and high school should prepare you for the work or college. And when you go to work, you have to work a 9 to 5 or longer hours. So I don't understand this government, to be honest. Back over to you.
Thank you, Pastor Ricky. But you know what? As it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party panel, when you see a Jamaica Labour Party, right, who can put 100 and plus elderly women, right, and men to their death to gain political mileage, then I put nothing past this Jamaica Labour Party. So all of this wickedness as it relates to even Holness. I am surprised, to be honest. I am surprised to know that the Prime Minister found himself into these Ponzi schemes.
My God.
I want if people understand the gravity of the situation here. The Prime Minister knew the outcome of a Ponzi scheme. And the Prime Minister, remember the Prime Minister's responsibility, you know. Let me just put this out there. The Prime Minister's first primary responsibility is to protect the citizens of Jamaica.
Yep.
The first and primary responsibility that the Prime Minister has is to protect the citizens of Jamaica.
Every leader.
And the Prime Minister took that oath and did this. The Prime Minister reduced himself to a common thief. I want if people get what we are looking on. The Prime Minister of Jamaica reduced himself to a common thief
Criminal.
collude with criminals, right, who orchestrate Ponzi scheme to rob investors. And hold on, people. The pinnacle of the wickedness. Let me speak about the pinnacle of the wickedness in all of this. The Prime Minister in the cash plus crash. 19 billion?
19 billion, yeah.
Yeah, 19 billion.
19 billion. Investors suffer from that. The Prime Minister benefit awesomely. All it. After cash plus crash, and the Prime Minister aware of that.
220.
Prime Minister move him float. One get out of cash plus and put in a wallet and draw down investors' money. Thief investors' money.
220 million.
$220 million. Investors, Jamaicans suffer. And after that, what the Prime Minister do? What the Prime Minister did? The Prime Minister found himself in FSL and we're $4.7 billion. And where, when I interviewed the whistleblower, you hear what the whistleblower said? Mark Croskery set up an account in St. Lucia.
Admat.
Andrew owned it.
SSL account, yeah.
An SSL account in St. Lucia.
And that's not on a statutory declaration either.
You know what that says? Yes. You know what that proves? That proves that Andrew Holness running along with all these persons who own these schemes, and he's getting investors' money, enriching himself. And that is one of the reasons why he can't explain his wealth, right, to the IC, because you know what? Them said shame the Lord, but it broke me. It's embarrassing, and him knows it's embarrassing. Him know. Him know that Jamaicans, that he promised prosperity. This is the man that come to take prosperity from you and ensure that he does it. To the level of wickedness that Andrew Holness went on into the various Ponzi scheme, that wasn't enough. On top of that, Andrew Holness take 200 and 300% raise and give it to his parliamentarian. Even after he cripples the economy with his pilfering.
My God.
Andrew Holness pressed on him foot 200 and 300%.
On the gas.
And you know what? Him doing over the teachers, right? Zero benefits.
0%.
Zero benefits. Zero benefits. No, you tell me. You tell me how you can fathom something like this. You tell me. Talk to me, Jamaica. You have nasty mouth Desmond McKenzie, the runoff. It's pitiable. There was again another earth
criminal.
After Rural Reid did what he did, cripple the education system. Here is Darrell Vaz taking the last bite out of it. $1.4 billion fuel bus. And you tell me, my Jamaican brothers, one should be ashamed of either herself putting on a green shirt or say jail pee out of their mouth. Anyone does that is It's a disgrace to his or herself. I know some people that, right, I personally know, and I see them on Facebook. Turn! And I said to myself that, oh my God, the house slaves working. The house slaves working. And so then backing out and spin the house slave to ensure that the plantation slaves, we who upon the plantation, the field slaves, should remain on the field. You know, we look on Vegas.
Vegas.
And we wonder, right? We wonder, is he a Jamaican? Is he thinking about the interests of his children, the generation to come? And let me ask Vegas something. So what you see on the evidence here, it is the Integrity Commission investigators who are wicked. They are out to get an innocent man. It is the Integrity Commission investigators who sent Andrew Holness to join Cash Plus. It is the Integrity Commission investigators who sent Andrew Holness to join Wallet. It is the Integrity Commission investigators who sent Andrew Holness to join SSL. The Integrity Commission investigators are wicked and cruel to Jamaican people. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And it is Mark Golden and the Integrity Commission have a vendetta against Andrew Holness. Eh? Mark Golden and the Integrity Commission have a vendetta against Andrew Holness. Because Andrew Holness eat them white fowl. Andrew Holness eat them white fowl. And Andrew Holness, Mark Golden and the Integrity Commission investigators, them plot. Right? Them plot to get Andrew Holness. When you hear some conversation on Facebook and TikTok with some of them, I don't know what sort of adjective to really describe the people I know. And so then you wonder that obviously these are the persons who join the three groups that leading them to the abyss. And what you call them? Prince, what you call them? Nancy. Can't see. I don't want to see. Melting pot, come take a taste of this, man. Come in, pot.
Well, the situation, you know, is of such that when you look on it, it's just a corruption system that really hold on Jamaica the past 9.5 years. And I think all the civil servants in Jamaica should have rise up from the time when Andrew Holness award himself and the cronies them the increase in salary and offer them little and nothing. Right? The entire country should have up and strike where the civil servant is concerned, teacher, police, everybody in that regard. But what they did, they played, senseless politics, as if they don't have any sense as it relates to the politics side of Jamaica. I would have never attend a classroom the next day. Me not care when nobody wants it. Me gone on sick leave immediately. Me I relinquish that post of teaching in the country. Because what sense does it make? Me just having a portfolio as a teacher, but in my life, me not live a teacher life. As what this teacher just said, 23 years and she not own a house, and she still living in the underprivileged society, communities. So, civil servants have to rise up to the cause.
Civil servant can't just, show down them arms. No, they have to stand up and fight against oppression. You understand? Them have to be the backbone as it relates to their voice being put out there. You can't wait for other sector within the society to sound the trumpet. The entire education system should have locked down in the country until Jamaicans start to lynchpin any government to come and underperform. We now going to get a performance. You have to hold them accountable. You can't allow people to show themselves to be, over and above what we know they are. And we know they are criminals. You understand? And I mean, there's a widespread of people within our society that has to be held accountable for Andrew Holness behavior. A wide cross-section, as I just said. Some people that you probably would never even look at and think that they are involved, but they are heavily involved. So we are calling on civil servant now. Civil servant, you have to vote out this Labour government by all means, or else your wage package won't show an increase. You will be, just like probably even worse off than an Igla. Because you have Igla who can make a big kill on any day in terms of what they can take home in terms of, earnings from sales. But your salary is structured around a structural payment system. There's no increase. It's just on that same trajectory. That has to change. And even to hear the caller stating that some of her colleagues who are in the United States, their life has shattered at the hands of Andrew Holness government. People lose their family, lose their marriage. And that's despicable. As a person with a professional career, that shouldn't be happening to you. So, civil servant, rise to the challenge. Please and thanks. Vote out this kleptocratic government once and for all. Let's move on. Let's wipe the slate clean and look forward to a more trustworthy parliamentarian membership that come and serve with, integrity and serve with character. You understand? So tonight now, boy, me have to go bust that song for them garbage, Because me know the program will come to a close. But we have to bust that song for them garbage, Because me I tell you, so them man, they mash up Jamaica, So hear this now, people. Why boasted thyself, O evil men? Playing smart, not being clever. If I so, but the goodness of Jaja, I dure it for I was. If you are a big tree,
we are a
Let
small.
me tell you now, IT is a small act.
Ready
to cut you down. Been to cut you down. Hear this. These are the words of my master.
My God.
Keep on telling you, yeah. No wicked man shall prosper. Oh no. Whosoever diggeth a pit, they shall fall in it. Fall in it. Whosoever diggeth a pit shall bury it.
Yes, sir.
Shall bury it. If you are the big tree, we are the small axe. I've been to cut you down. To cut you down. And you don't know we have to cut them
All
down.
right.
We have to bury them in the
Never forget Father Lord for voice in a minute.
Bolo TBV, big up yourself, Bolo. People remember for endorse Bolo, you know. And here what happened, because we have Pinks who wants Pinks to come in this place, because many people don't really know the skill and talent of Pinks. And Pinks, of course, right, deal with some designing and want to share our talent as well. So Spinks, going out and make people understand some of the things what you do, because they see you on the platform, but they don't know. So Spinks, go ahead. We have 1,039 devices here.
Okay. Well, for those who don't know, I am a trained architect. I have a business in Jamaica. I do architecture, construction, and interior design. And I also do painting. I'm an fine arts painter, acrylic on canvas, and I've done commissions. I've done exhibitions here and overseas. And this is my digital poster. Architecture includes architectural plans, consultancy, 3D and animation. Sometimes the client requires a flyover or an animated view of their intended or proposed plan. I actually have um, also in the construction part of my company, I have all types of tradesmen. And in the interior design, basically all trades are covered, as well as I do epoxy work and stuff like that. That's it basically.
We are showing some of the displays here. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's one of my paintings. And the sister, this is acrylic on canvas. The sister of this painting is in the Prime Minister's office. It was given to Portia as a gift. And it is still there, although Andrew and Juliet are in the office right now.
Wow, this painting really looks good.
Yeah, thank you.
Display some more, so people can see the full talent of our sister on the panel here. Okay.
This is a building I did in design from scratch. It's in Hanover. It's a restaurant and it's by the seaside, as you can see. The client is a family friend, and his wife and my mother were best friends growing up.
All right.
It's called Smoke Marlin.
Yes.
Let me just bring.
The other one.
Yeah, I have most of them.
All right. Show the next thing here.
This is a private house. This is just a kitchen in a private house. If you notice that the red wall in the background is basically accent wall. I do 4 finishes as well. The kitchen is basically white. I did a house from scratch, foundation coming up, designed the house, build it. It's 2.5 levels, and this is just the kitchen.
All right.
So I did the architecture, I did the construction, and did the interior design of this house.
All right. So don't believe that Pink's light on the platform here. Pink's the heavy duty.
Yeah, man.
And I also have
talk to us about this one. I love this one.
This is actually a kitchen for a great house. A house that is privately owned by a returning resident to Jamaica. She bought this house and she wanted it restored. So this is the kitchen of that house. So I did full restoration of this house. And that's the kitchen. The ceiling, it's a full finish. Basically, and you can see that the cabinet inside the kitchen is another full finish. It's done to it. And it's granite countertop. Black and white tiles on the floor, and it has a breakfast nook also.
All right. any more to be featured? All right. Wow, this one. Yeah, I love this one, Pinks.
Oh, this one is a BOP. This BOP is in Montego Bay. The owner for this and the client is the car Jared. They introduced me to Christopher Tufton, and they are partners also with Christopher Tufton in other businesses. So this is it's the lobby of one of the BOPs for Xerox, one of the call centers here in Jamaica. And this lobby, I did three different types of accent wall. One is marbling, one is color wash, and one is color blocking.
All right. Let us show all right.
This one is in Negril. It's one of my Indian clients because most of my clients are from the Indian community. It's a souvenir shop and it's called The Legend. And on the ceiling, if you go up to the ceiling and lady and ceiling that red, green, and gold that you're looking on in the ceiling is actually zinc in the ceiling. I use materials where you're not expected to see the materials. I am that kind of person. I love creativity with the ceilings, and that X there is drywall. So we create the Jamaican flag inside the ceiling.
Wow. Love the talent. Love the talent, Spinks. Love the talent.
Yeah, you have to do things different because you have to bring people and customers in the client store. So
Yeah.
you have to try and make the store look interesting.
All right.
Mhm.
So then, all right.
So guys, if you have your construction needs and stuff in Jamaica, you can contact Pint. As you can see, she is very talented in that area. She does everything.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. And I also have, if you're buying land here in Jamaica, I have my lawyer who you can trust to do the transaction. I have a land surveyor friend of mine who I work with. I have an engineer that I work with. So it's not just me alone. I work with a team of persons. All right.
Uh,
So you have my number there. I am also on Facebook, X, um, and Twitter and TikTok. And I'm also on this Chinese website, Build Most. I'm one of the featured architects there
all right.
because sometimes I would do jobs from um, overseas, even though I don't travel to that country. Because of Google Maps, I can manipulate and visit the site through Google Maps, and I do drawings for people in other countries.
All right. And as I talk about Google Map, that's why we are going to Google Map the proceedings of the general election too. That
Well,
anybody who have spits in the try to thief anything. You understand? Zoom
exactly,
in, give out information, license plate. It was good like that.
exactly. Because as a matter of fact, because we have access to Google Maps, it makes it much easier for us in my profession. You know, any site, any location I can work from, no matter
Yeah.
what country you're in, I can find it.
Well, Sphinx, we have a fine here. So all right. Which one of the gentlemen want to close out for us? Right? Go ahead and close
Well,
out for
let me
us.
just say this real quick. Tomorrow night, Sir Byron, Father Lonesome, Sir Melting Pot will join me on my new platform, Politics Corner TV, at 8 p.m. US time, 7 p.m. Jamaica time. Tomorrow
Yes.
night, Saturday. So I'm looking forward to have my Titan brothers. We were supposed to do this last week, but running into some technical glitches and had to postpone it till this Saturday coming. So I look forward to have you all in the space tomorrow night.
Okay, and Pastor Ricky's the link to Pastor Ricky's channel is now pinned in the chat
Yeah.
at the top, so you can click who have not yet supported by subscribing. You can just click the link and it will take you straight to Pastor Ricky's channel, the Politics Corner TV, and show him some love over there, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lady Henry. Click on the link right now before we close. Subscribe, so tomorrow evening when we go live, you'll get the notification.
All right.
Big up yourself, my artist friend. Yeah.
Bless up yourself. All right, cool. All right, Melting Pot, any last word?
Yes, I just have a word for bars them over Portland with the school bus where I see them bring coming at the place. I use that as a campaign strategy. Yeah. And also having our little school kids on the bus jumping up and down, shouting shower. Now that's despicable, and authority to move swiftly and bring these culprits, yeah, bring them in for questioning and charge them for using kids who are not supposed to be engaging in our politics affair, using them as a tool and shouting a despicable word like shower and putting up the victory sign. Now that is national disgrace again coming out of the Jamaica Labour Party. Yes, and it's plain and obvious to all Jamaicans to see that this these buses that they bring into the island were not school buses. Because if they were school buses, based on how we have been talking about the buses in terms of them not being conducive to our road, they would have been in the garage and being retrofitted to suit our needs. But instead, they're on the road, wearing and tearing on these bad road tire running off, causing accident, racking up amount of money already in damage. Yeah. And we want to know where they're going with these school buses.
It's on the road already.
And the Holness and bars need to be held accountable for $1.4 billion of Jamaica taxpayers' money.
There you go.
All right? And so the authorities need to have a word with them. No more school children must be seen on these buses shouting shower and putting up the V sign. Nothing more of that sort. I yield back the floor, my brother.
Thank you. And wifey, hand over to you for closing us out.
Okay, guys, again, thank you so much for your continued support. Welcome to all the new subscribers. Thank you for coming on board. Thank you guys for making it an interactive discussion. I've tried my best to keep up with the chat and interact as much as I could. Really appreciate each and every one. And remember to go over to Pastor Ricky tomorrow for the show with his Titan brothers. And remember, Mr. Rattigan, Reason with Rattigan, sorry, I'm having a headache. Reason with Rattigan starting at 3 p.m. Jamaican, US time and 2 p.m. Jamaican time, and tune into all the other platforms.
And lonesome as usual.
Yeah, and Jamaican Carlos and all the others who are preaching the message for a better Jamaica. Thank you guys so much. All the panelists, really appreciate each and every one of you. And to everyone else, I'm going to say wherever you are, walk good. If you're in Jamaica, safe travel on the gravel. Until next time.
All right. Blessings. Out.
Right. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.